hello，完全冇 feel。hello，係咯，我見有跳嘅噃。hello，hello，hello，hello，hello，hello，hello，hello，hello，hello，hello，hello，hello，hello，hello，hello，hello，hello，hello，hello，hello，hello，hello，hello，hello，hello，hello，hello，hello，hello，hello，hello，hello，hello，hello，hello，hello，hello，hello，hello，hello，hello，hello，hello，hello，hello，hello，hello，hello，hello，hello，hello，hello，hello，hello，hello，hello，hello，hello，hello，hello，hello，hello，hello，hello，hello，hello，hello，hello，hello，hello，hello，hello，hello，hello，hello，hello，hello，hello，hello，hello，hello，hello，hello，hello，hello，hello，hello，hello，hello，hello，hello，hello，hello，hello，hello，hello，hello，hello，hello，hello，hello，hello，hello，hello，hello，hello，hello，hello，hello，hello，hello，hello，hello，hello，hello，hello，hello，hello，hello，hello，hello，hello，hello，hello，hello，hello，hello， Hello, hello, hello. Hello, 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 hello. Hello, hello. Hello, hello, hello. Hello, 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 hello. Hello, hello. Hello, hello. Hello, hello, hello. Hello, hello. Hello, hello. Hello, hello. 即係個名太細，關事啊呢個。Hello, hello, 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 hello. 哇 testing, 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 testing. Testing, 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 testing.冇啊。
Uh-huh. Hello, hello. Hello, hello, hello.
Hello, 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 hello. 都冇喎。Hello, hello, 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 hello。喺上邊嘅，我喺上邊嘅。應該一。Testing, testing, 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 testing。一二三，一二三。一二一二一二一二一二一二一二一二一二一二一二二咧，二有冇聲啊？一二一二一二有聲。No one。Hello hello hello。冇喎，冇跳喎。 嗰個唔係1、2。
唔係呢個 main input 嚟嘅，呢個先 output。
冇睇後邊。
OK。
而家咧？而家有冇？都冇。都冇。
唔緊要啊，試下插另外一條線咯。
Hello。
有冇
Hello。有冇？有冇？都冇。Hello。
呢條咩嚟㗎？
鬧喎。Hello。冇啊。咁咪線閪咯。Hello。冇啊冇。
都冇。
射住條線咩佢？
可能條線問題。如果唔得嘅話咧，唯有 jack in。最後打算 jack in 就有得定。隻支咪嚟啊！唔該。check。有啊，好清楚。我好撚大。呢條點解要插 input 嘅？正常呢度 headphone M。啊頂，呱。呢個唔關事。output input on。
哦，佢咁嘅。
output 係咁樣。
係咁嘅。
OK，試下先。哦，原來係咁。唔該聽我咯。Hello。
Testing。拉嚟㗎。我呢個好似冇得轉喎。有冇分拉咪㗎？
冇。
冇嘅。
應該拉嚟嘅，淨係。但下邊嗰部真係冇。
Hello。
唔緊要嘅，上面嗰部都夠做嘅，就係用。
應該唔係好多人嘅。
係全部12先咯，咪有。如果唔係拉咧，就兩個。我打翻428。
哦，你咪又有嘅。咪又有啊。
我用條線黐實咗啊！有時啲。
The GBA-ASEAN Conference 2025 is about to begin. Please be seated. Please be reminded that the checkout time for this hotel is at 11 a.m. The GBA-ASEAN Conference 2025 is about to begin. Please be seated. Distinguished guests,
Ladies and gentlemen, it is my great pleasure to welcome you to the 2025 GBA-ASEAN Conference. Today, we're honored to host this gathering of leaders from government, business, academia, and civil society, united by a shared commitment to advancing regional cooperation and sustainable development. We're grateful for your presence and participation, and we look forward to the insights and ideas that will emerge from today's discussions. To officially open the conference, I am honored to invite our guests of honor to deliver their opening remarks. Now, may I invite Professor Xiang Zhang, President and Vice Chancellor, the University of Hong Kong.
This is very tall, so I have to adjust it. Mr. Chang, Mr. Cao, Professor Sachs, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. It is a true pleasure to welcome you to the GBA-ASEAN Conference on Trade, Finance, and Sustainable Development. The University of Hong Kong is honored to host the first day of the conference here in Hong Kong. I thank the UN Sustainable Development Solution Network and the Institute for International Affairs Shanghai for co-convening of this important conference. We meet at the time of rising global uncertainty. Yet, in Asia, we are building bridges through initiatives like RCEP and Belt and Road. China and Asia, ASEAN, are shaping a new era of connectivity. We are linking trade, finance, and infrastructures and foster dialogue, innovation, and sustainable growth. Hong Kong stands at the heart of this transformation. With its unique position as a global city rooted in China, we are a lateral bridge between the East and the West. At the University of Hong Kong particularly, we're not just participants, we're also catalysts. This year, we launched our new School of Governance and Policy to train leaders who can rebuild trust and shape evidence-based solutions. Through our research hubs and new master program, we are preparing thinkers and doers to tackle the world's most complex challenges. With this in mind, Hong Kong U also proud to be ranked number 11 in the QS World University Rankings, a testament to our community's continued support, pursuit of excellence, and positive impact. This sets the stage for our new 10-year vision, starting from next year, which even bolder. We aim to be a world-leading university, transforming humanity's future by nurturing talent, advancing sustainability, and connecting East and West. To achieve this vision, we will continue to build our academic enterprise on 3 pillars. First, teaching and learning that develop global citizenship. We will foster whole person development across the mainland and internationally, so everyone of our undergrad students engage with the world beyond the classroom. Research that bridges disciplines and borders, that's the second. We develop interdisciplinary schools, 5 of them, in computing data science, AI, biomedical engineering, governance and policy, and future media. And lastly, but most interestingly, is the School of Innovation. We will harness the Greater Bay Area's vitality and Belt and Road potentials. Third, knowledge exchange that turns ideas into actions. We are collaborating on issues from fintech that supports ASEAN trade to policy framework that advance sustainable development in GBA. And we will be powering all this through a modern, inclusive, and AI-enabled platform. This is more than a vision. It is call for action. Let us turn today's challenge into a shared prosperity. Let us build ecosystem where innovation thrives. To our friends in NGOs, foundations, scholars, and rising leaders, please partner with us, learn with us, and lead with us. Together, we can shape a better future for Asia, and for the world. Thank you, and I wish this conference every success. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Zhang, for inspiring remarks. Next, I would like to invite Mr. Joseph Chen, Under Secretary for Financial Services and the Treasury, the government of the Hong Kong Special Administrative Region. Please.
Vice Chancellor Zhang, Professor Sachs, Frederick, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. It is my great pleasure to join you at the GBA-ASEAN Conference on Trade, Finance, and Sustainable Development, jointly organized by the Sustainable Development Solutions Network, the University of Hong Kong, and the Institute for International Affairs Qianhai of the Chinese University of Hong Kong. Well, first of all, I would like to extend a heartfelt welcome to every participant who has joined us today in Hong Kong, and to those who will continue the dialogue tomorrow in Shenzhen. I offer sincere thanks to the organizers, partners, and participants who have contributed to the success of this conference. With sustained growth, a young demographic, and expanding markets, ASEAN is one of the most dynamic economic regions in the world. This represents immense opportunity for collaboration. As the international financial center of China and of the Greater Bay Area, Hong Kong welcomes ASEAN enterprises to leverage our capital formation and financing strengths to raise funds and expand their global footprint, as well as using Hong Kong to connect to the GBA market. This partnership is underpinned by Hong Kong's unique position and robust institutional framework, which together create a fertile ground for mutual growth and investment. Under the one country, two systems, Hong Kong enjoys a distinctive blend of advantages. On one hand, our core strengths include free flow of capital and information, free convertibility of the local currency, a robust common law legal system, and a simple and low tax regime. On the other hand, Hong Kong enjoys preferential access to the mainland market, the world's second largest economy of the world, growing at about 5% per annum over the past 2 years. These dual advantages position Hong Kong as a superconnector between China and international markets, between the East and the West. Indeed, Hong Kong ranked number 3 in the world and number 1 in Asia under the Global Financial Centers Index, positioning Hong Kong as a natural partner for ASEAN enterprises seeking to access capital and explore new business opportunities from Greater Bay Area, Asia, and beyond. Indeed, Hong Kong's capital market is the most appealing value for ASEAN companies. According to historical data, HKEX is the preferred destination for Southeast Asian companies choosing overseas IPOs. Between 2014 and 2023, 83 of the 163 Southeast Asian companies listing overseas chose HKEX. Currently, over 100 companies from ASEAN are listed on HKEX. And this year, we've seen companies from Thailand, Indonesia, and Singapore having chosen to list in Hong Kong as well. The above figures and examples highlight the trust that ASEAN businesses place in our exchange and the seamless access it provides to international investors. Beyond listings, trade ties between Hong Kong and ASEAN have been deepening significantly, creating a solid foundation for further financial cooperation. ASEAN and Hong Kong are important trading partners. Since 2019, ASEAN has become Hong Kong's second largest goods export market, following only the mainland. Total merchandise trades between Hong Kong and ASEAN amounted to 1.3 trillion Hong Kong dollars in 2024, representing 13.6% of Hong Kong's global merchandise trade. This substantial volume not only reflects robust commercial exchanges, but also the strategic alignment of our economies. The deepening cooperation between China and ASEAN countries reflects a broader shift in global economic gravity from west to east and highlights the growing importance of regional integration and collaboration. To further strengthen financial connectivity, we have been expanding listing pathways for ASEAN companies in Hong Kong, making it easier for them to tap into our capital pool. This year, HKEX announced that the Stock Exchange of Thailand has been added as a recognized stock exchange, which enables public limited companies with a primary listing on the main market to apply for secondary listing here in Hong Kong. This development offers our investors more opportunities to invest in quality companies in the ASEAN region. The addition increases the number of recognized stock exchanges, which currently include the Indonesian Stock Exchange and the Singapore Exchange. These initiatives are designed to lower barrier, foster cross-border investment, and build a more interconnected financial landscape between Hong Kong and ASEAN. Beyond the equity market, Hong Kong is also a leading beyond the equity market, Hong Kong is also a leader in the green and sustainable finance arena, which aligns perfectly with the region's sustainability goals. Hong Kong is rapidly emerging as a leading international green and sustainable financial center in Asia. Indeed, last year, the total green and sustainable debt issued in Hong Kong exceeded $84 billion, with green and sustainable bonds arranged in this city amounted to around $43 billion, accounting for about 45% of Asia's total. This marks the 7th consecutive year that Hong Kong has topped the league table in this region, fully demonstrating our leadership in the green capital markets. Hong Kong is also a pioneer in developing green financial products. We have witnessed the growth of various green and sustainable products in Hong Kong, including the world's first government tokenized green bond, the first exchange-traded fund investing in Asian green bonds, Asia's first green retail certificate of deposits, and the first offshore Asia ESG ETF. These innovative products not only demonstrate our diverse advancement in green finance, but also cement our leading position in international markets, positioning Hong Kong as an ideal place to channel capital towards green and sustainable projects in ASEAN. The Hong Kong SAR government is committed to green and sustainable finance and has rolled out a series of measures, including the Green and Sustainable Finance Grant Scheme, the Green and Sustainable FinTech Proof of Concept Funding Support Scheme, and the Pilot Green and Sustainable Finance Capacity Building Support Schemes. These schemes subsidize green and sustainable debt issuance, encourage innovation in green and sustainable fintech, and expands the green and sustainable finance talent pool here. By enriching our green and sustainable finance ecosystem, Hong Kong seeks to be ASEAN's preferred partner in financing the green transformation of the economy and transition to a net zero future. Ladies and gentlemen, let's make this conference a catalyst for transformative collaboration between GBA and ASEAN. By harnessing Hong Kong's strength in financial services and ASEAN's growth momentum, we can forge resilient and sustainable pathways that benefit our economies, our people, and our planet. On this note, I wish this conference every success in sparking bold ideas and paving the way for a brighter, greener, and more connected future. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chen, for insightful words. Dr. Kim Hon Kao will not be able to join us in person. We're glad to have his pre-recorded video. Let's enjoy it.
Excellency, ladies and gentlemen, to all distinguished guests gathered today, it is a great honor to join you at this GBA-ASEAN Conference on Trade, Finance, and Sustainable Development. I thank the organizers for the kind invitation to share ASEAN's perspective at this important forum. I extend my heartfelt congratulations to the steering committee and to the UN Sustainable Development Solutions Network on the formal launch of the GBA-ASEAN Initiative, or GAI. This is a powerful example of what can be achieved when we work together towards a shared vision, and it strengthens our collective pursuit of a more prosperous and sustainable future. The Greater Bay Area has emerged as a dynamic hub of innovation, finance, and connectivity, with its deepening ties to ASEAN, demonstrating how regional partnerships can drive sustainable growth and build resilience in our interconnected world. This year's ASEAN Chairmanship theme of inclusivity and sustainability resonates deeply with the fundamental values we uphold as one united community, while also highly relevant to the GBA's role in advancing innovation-driven, sustainable development. Excellency, ladies and gentlemen, building on this momentum, ASEAN is also looking firmly to the future. The ASEAN Community Vision 2045 will chart our course for the next 2 decades. This roadmap is a testament to our collective commitment to building a resilient, dynamic, and people-centered ASEAN. It reinforces our core principle while setting a more ambitious agenda for a region that is integrated, sustainable, and ready to meet the challenges of tomorrow. ASEAN takes great pride in the progress we have achieved across several key initiatives that lay the foundation for our future. In trade facilitation, the ASEAN single window has created a more seamless and efficient environment for commerce. In sustainable finance, successive versions of the ASEAN taxonomy for sustainable finance, including the forthcoming 4th edition, are guiding capital toward environmentally friendly projects that support our transition to a low carbon economy. These efforts are anchored in global goals. ASEAN is committed to advancing our community building in tandem with the United Nations 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development. This principle is most clearly reflected in our Complementarities Initiative, which ensures that ASEAN's priorities reinforce and accelerate progress on the Sustainable Development Goals, from poverty reduction to climate action. In this spirit, we are stepping up efforts toward a carbon-neutral economy through the ASEAN Strategy for Carbon Neutrality. It identifies 8 priority areas for regional cooperation, from advancing green value chains and circular supply chains to enhancing interoperable carbon markets and developing common credible standards. Together, these initiatives reflect our shared determination to pursue a low-carbon, high-growth future. Complementing this is the framework for circular economy for the ASEAN economic community. It aims to build resilience to economic shocks, maximize resource efficiency, and ensure that growth is both sustainable and inclusive. It also supports ASEAN businesses, manufacturers, and producers in transforming their circular business models. A key enabler of these aspirations is the ASEAN Digital Economy Framework Agreement, or DIFA, which is expected to be finalized soon. By harmonizing digital trade rules and unlocking the potential of the region's digital economy, DIFA will help us address both the opportunities and complexities of digital transformation. It is projected to double the value of our digital economy to an estimated $2 trillion by 2030. These initiatives are not isolated. They form interconnected pillars of a single vision, a prosperous, sustainable, and seamlessly connected ASEAN, ready to partner with others in shaping the future. Excellency, ladies and gentlemen, the growing connections between the GBA and ASEAN make this work all the more relevant. A report by the Hong Kong Trade Development Council and UOB Hong Kong in January 2025 found that enterprises in the Greater Bay Area view ASEAN as their top overseas destination, with a strong majority planning to maintain or expand operations here. This reflects the positive momentum in China-ASEAN trade relations, strengthened by RCEP and the Belt and Road initiatives. The survey also pointed to rising interest in environmental, social, and governance investments, with Hong Kong continue to serve as a vital hub facilitating these business activities. It is in this context that the GAI becomes especially important, offering a valuable platform to share experiences, learn from one another, and build on our strengths. I sincerely hope the discussion over the next 2 days will be both insightful and productive, and that this conference will not be a single event, but the beginning of stronger and more enduring cooperation. Above all, let us ensure that today's exchanges lead to tomorrow's results, building new bridges of cooperation, fostering deeper understanding, and shaping a shared future of progress and prosperity for all our peoples. Thank you.
It is now my pleasure to invite Mr. Chevalier Frederick Tao, Chairman of TPC Group, to share his thoughts. Please.
Dear families and friends of Hong Kong, good morning. I'm born in Hong Kong, but came from Shanghai, from a family business that dated back to the Qing Dynasty. Deep roots into our DNA. Now Hong Kong has returned to China, bringing along our agility and the colonial capability in integrating back to our roots. We have a significant role to play in Hong Kong, and China, our parents can see us after we return, that Hong Kong is truly the in and out ports for China. And you can see it developing, not only in the One Belt, One Road policy, but the development of a financial center, trading center, and you see gold commodities coming back. And in fact, competing with Singapore in many ways, but on the other hand, collaborating in many ways, especially in this One Belt, One Road. Now, we all just want to be well and happy, right? That's all we want to do, that we're happy and well, our family is happy, our business, and we want to see a peaceful world. All of us. All humanity just want that. And so when United Nations came out in 2012 and said, hey guys, it's not GDP, it's GNH. Wow, that really talks to me, that the whole world is awakened to the fact that that's what we want. But we still have habits of the past, mindset of the past. And the dedication of Professor Sachs into pushing this and also the sustainability goals, because now we have a common challenge of sustainability challenge and the common goal of finding wealth and happiness among all. We now know the whole universe, the whole cosmos is a life system. So unless life is flourishing, which we are part of it, we will not be well and happy. So the only way is the whole humanity working for the wellness of the system, the coherency of the system of life, because we are part of it. And I had a conversation with Professor Sachs. We know the real problem. We're not having a crisis of Earth or society. It's a crisis of ethics and morality. We have no boundaries. We have no direction. We need to bring that back. But how do we bring that back? Is a challenge. For that is the essence of our projection into creating this crazy world. So no doubt we are stressed out and crazy inside because we are projecting a craziness outside. I think sometimes you share that in the middle of the night, we go crazy because we observe a crazy world and we become crazy and we're part of creating this crazy world. So we need to be calm and focused. Now I've been involved with this sustainability thing for a while. We have all the solutions. Technology, enough. Of course, it will evolve more. We know what needs to be done and how to do it. The only thing is, how do we get everybody to do it together? That is the only challenge that we're facing in humanity. I'm sure deep in the heart you know what I said is true, because we resonate deeply that we are in love with life. If not, we want to be in love with life, because that's our nature too. We yearn for it. And yet, our greed, conflict, and the stupidity, this ignorance that we observe keep repeating, but we can choose not to be part of the show. Well, I was talking to somebody this morning. I said, it's a pendulum. If this pendulum go further, the ball will fly away. If not, we'll see miracle when it swings back and create a beautiful world. So those who want to do it can choose to do it. This year in Hong Kong, I launched the Association of Wellbeing Economy, starting from Hong Kong and Greater Bay. We intend next year to move to Singapore and the year after to Indonesia and make this movement starting from here. And why here? Well, this is the mouth of China, who has all the technology we need, who has the culture of co-creation, of harmony, of oneness. We have a lot to offer the world. And China, well, they can show how we follow the Tao and work for the Tao. We can continue to grow, which is unbelievable in the past, but it's possible. Because I'm a family business, I want to be sustainable growth too. And I have been for 4 generations because of this Chinese culture, this way. How we see changes, how we think, feel, and choose what to do. There are many Chinese here I can see. We are in the DNA. We can call on our DNA to awaken, to access that information, to use it. Hong Kong as a global city. It is the beginning of outreach program right in China's soil. And I intend to tell the Steiner story and promote a solution which I believe is true, and move out. Southeast Asia is a bridge between East Asia and South Asia. That is a very important part of integrating Asia together. And Singapore is Exchange Square also, without the China. So use Singapore well in collaboration, rather than thinking of competing with them. They are different. We're the mouth going out, they're the mouth going in. Just work with them. Don't compete. Reality is a co-creation. If you really think, that's reality. A co-creation process by people. And evolution has an integrating part. It's like weaving. A region is a weaving, and global is weaving. When global is not weaving so well, we make a big effort that we continue the weaving process on the regional level. That's all we can do. And that Hong Kong has great offer. And being a honky, as a Singapore calls us, I'm really proud to be born in Hong Kong, love Hong Kong, and now I can contribute. The AWE, the Association of Wellbeing Economy, is a beginning where every country has a unique political, cultural, and economic structure. For example, Hong Kong has 90% small, medium size, but Singapore only 50, 60% because all the business are government, state-owned. All the biggest, best in every region. It's a very different structure, different leadership, different economic and culture. It is therefore important for us to address each. And of course, I will promote the AWE because that's where this global movement is going to start. Hong Kong, Greater Bay, integrating China, representing China, tells a China story, and do the outreach program. So join me, family and friends of Hong Kong, into the movement of well-being economy, because that's all we really want to do. Solve the sustainability challenge, which we have all the solutions, and create what we want. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Tao. May I now invite Professor Jeffrey Sachs, University Professor at Columbia University and the President of SDSN, to deliver his remarks. Please.
Good morning, friends. This is, for me, a dream come true to be together with all of you. And I want to thank all of the wonderful people and the leaders in this room, President Zhang, Undersecretary Chan, Fred Tsao, and many, many other friends here. I think we're at a wonderful moment, an important juncture of history in what I think is the pivotal place on the planet. So it's a privilege to be together with you, and a very propitious moment. We're in the midst of a historic week, we should understand, and we're part of that historic week. The week began with the summit in Kuala Lumpur of the ASEAN countries, the now 11 countries of ASEAN, because Timor-Leste joined the 10 ASEAN countries this week. That was Monday. And on Tuesday, ASEAN and China upgraded the ASEAN-China Free Trade Area to an ACFTA 3.0. And that's well worth everybody examining, because what ASEAN and China said together is that we will upgrade the relationship for the cutting edge of the world economy, for the green economy, the digital economy, global supply chains, human well-being, and sustainable development. So this free trade area is becoming more than a free trade area. It's becoming a close integration of China and the ASEAN region. And this is extremely exciting and what brings us together. Monday was also historic because Donald Trump danced on the tarmac in Kuala Lumpur. We're always happy when our president is happy. It's a little bit of a relief. And interestingly, everybody was happy in Kuala Lumpur. The President of the United States, China's premier, the new Prime Minister of Japan. Everybody was smiling. Everybody was cooperating in the way that Fred tells us we need to do for a good life. And so the meeting went extremely well. And then yesterday was the meeting of President Trump and President Xi, which the world had waited for and held its breath. And I think the readout from President Trump was very good, because as you heard when he was asked on a scale of 1 to 10, how would you rate the meeting? He answered 12. We're not sure whether that's his arithmetic or his evaluation, but in any event, it was a very good sign, because it was a calmer meeting. It was a meeting in which there was not posturing of who could raise the stakes, but how to calm down the tensions of the two sides. And I think that that was a very good thing for the world, and something that the world hoped for. And now we're going to make history too, today and tomorrow, and in the launch of the Greater Bay Area ASEAN Initiative, or GAI, which is a wonderful partnership of Hong Kong University, the Hong Kong government, the Shenzhen government, the United Nations Sustainable Development Solutions Network, TPC, and other wonderful partners. And the goal is not only to strengthen the relations between these two great regions, which together constitute a quarter of humanity, the 1.4 billion people of China and the 700 million people of ASEAN, but also to forge an economic framework and model that shows the way for the whole world. I really believe, without hyperbole, that this region will shape the future of the world in the coming generation, and in a very positive way. And that's, I think, the bigger purpose of what brings us together. Let me start with a wonderful observation made this year by the United Nations World Intellectual Property Organization, WIPO. WIPO, as you know, looks around the world at the regional clusters to assess them in terms of their innovation and their forward direction for the world economy. And in the WIPO 2025 list of innovation clusters, who is number one in the world? Of course, it is Hong Kong, Shenzhen, and Guangzhou. The GBA cluster is rated number one in the whole world in terms of innovation, scientific innovation, the university leadership, the patenting, the advanced technology production. This is extraordinary. It's a remarkable accomplishment. It's also a remarkable responsibility for a world that needs these advances. And this is, I think, the most promising point. Number 2 on the list, importantly, is Tokyo, Yokohama. A neighboring region in East Asia. It's only number 3 that Silicon Valley comes in, and I think this is also notable. Silicon Valley is a very clever place, making a lot of advances. It actually doesn't produce all that much other than ideas, because the real production takes place here. A lot of the financing takes place here, but Silicon Valley still plays its role, but number 3. Number 4 is Beijing as the 4th innovation hub of the world. Number 5, Seoul. Number 6, Shanghai. That's already quite impressive that in the top 6 innovation hubs in the world, 5 are in Asia. 1 is Silicon Valley. Then come New York, my hometown. I'm glad it made the top 10, and it is a wonderful place. Come visit. It remains home to the United Nations as well, and this is also very important. And then rounding out the top 10 are London, Boston, my former home, and Los Angeles. So this is a world in which technology is advancing extraordinarily rapidly, but most rapidly right here. And I do think the Greater Bay Area is the unique beating heart of the future world economy, because it is the center of innovation. It is the center of world-class production. It's the low-cost provider of what the world needs for the future. The idea that there's overcapacity is exactly wrong. What there is great capacity, and we need to make sure that the great capacity is benefiting the whole world. That means a lot of exports and a lot of outward investment that will come from GBA in the future. And where will it go? To a very significant extent, it will go to the very rapidly growing economies of ASEAN. And that is what brings us really together. Why ASEAN? Both because geography matters. This is a neighborhood, and the interconnections physically, proximately, culturally, historically are very, very strong. And this will forge a very strong connection between China and ASEAN. Last year's trade, by the way, in 2024, was $1 trillion of two-way trade, and it's growing extremely rapidly. And the two-way foreign direct investment is $500 billion and also growing very rapidly. And there will be a lot more outward investment to come in the future years. So this connection is extremely strong and extremely promising. Let me put it in the context of the current policy challenges just very, very briefly. First, at the ASEAN 47 summit this week, the 11 ASEAN countries committed to much stronger integration on green and digital growth. And they committed to a bold program of energy system transformation and digitalization across the 700 million people and 11 countries of ASEAN. This is the basis of what the Secretary General of ASEAN noted is the 2045 vision for ASEAN, a green and digital future. And that by itself is a strong base for partnership, because that green and digital future inevitably requires a very strong trade and investment partnership with China. because China is the world's provider at low cost of the large-scale technologies and infrastructure that will make the green and digital future. I'd like to say that on the green future, the US will play a role, but it has absented itself for the next coming years. When Mr. Trump declares climate change a hoax, I would tell that to the people of Jamaica that just had another historic Category 5 hurricane. That was not a hoax. The climate crisis is all too real. It is growing dramatically. Sad to say, the United States will not be in the lead on this, but that means that the leadership unequivocally is China's to play, and China will play that leadership role. So ASEAN is committed to a green and digital future, and China, in the 15th plan, also unveiled this week for high-quality development, puts the green and the digital future at the very heart of China's own development, but that means at the heart of the world development as well. So the partnership is perfect. It is absolutely ideal. It's exactly what the world needs. Then add in the fact that we are meeting in the context of the ASEAN-China Free Trade Area upgrade. In other words, the political leadership is very clear that what we're doing is on the right track. We're bringing together the business and academia and the analytical side for what the governments know needs to be central, which is strengthening the trade and the value chain and the quality of standards and the direction of change of ASEAN and China in the years ahead. So our role, our purpose of launching the GBA-ASEAN Initiative is to support what we know is the world direction of change, to accelerate the kind of economy that we need for the future. First of all, fundamentally, as Fred said, an economy built on wellness, well-being, and happiness, because that is the point. There's no happiness of Category 5 hurricanes or historic scale typhoons or multi-meter rise of sea levels or all of the other calamities that would come if we don't make the energy transformation and the shift to a green and digital future. So this is the first point. Second is that regional connectivity is fundamental for success. The ASEAN countries rightly understand, and they put it into their summit result, that they cannot make the energy transformation one by one. ASEAN will make an ASEAN-wide grid, but as I emphasized at the ASEAN summit this week, that grid will also interconnect physically with China. It will interconnect most likely physically with Australia through an undersea cable that also links Australia with Indonesia and thereby with ASEAN and with China. We are moving towards an Asia-wide interconnectivity. And also what Fred mentioned, India, I believe, will soon join this partnership in a stronger way. We've already had this year a kind of rapprochement of India and China. Donald Trump is the great uniter of the rest of the world. He indicated to India how important it is for India to have a strong relationship with China. Thank you very much. And I think that this is extremely important. And I hope and look forward to India as well joining the Regional Comprehensive Economic Partnership and also playing a greater role in our discussion. One of the facts, just to mention, of the US protectionism and its increasing isolation, sad to say, from the world economy and from the world challenges is that it inevitably brings the rest of the world together. And so when China looks now at the scene, and when ASEAN looks at the scene, what might have been just a year or two ago a vision of exporting to the United States now is a vision of trade with each other. So the world is coming together because it needs to in new ways, and this also strengthens the alliance that we are forming. So, ladies and gentlemen, I do believe that our initiative can play an enormously important and timely, well-directed, even historic contribution to the change that the world needs. I regard this region, just as WIPO does, as the most exciting center of the future of the world economy. Hong Kong, with its unbelievable talents and skills and academic leadership and financial leadership, has a historic role to play. Your next door neighbor, Shenzhen, is the most amazing partner. That is the heart with Guangzhou, Dongguan, and the other leading cities of GBA. That is a region that is completely astounding, and for me as a guest of this region, an honor to be here and to watch in wonder and help to contribute to the leadership that you will play. So thank you all for joining this initiative. I think we have a wonderfully exciting contribution to make. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Sachs. And thank you to all our guests of honor for setting the tone for this conference. Today's GBA-ASEAN Conference marks the beginning of the GBA-ASEAN Initiative. The initiative aims to deepen GBA-ASEAN ties for mutual benefit through connectivity, strategic engagement, evidence-based policy, and joint reforms to facilitate cross-border investment. Now, may I please invite Ms. Philo Wang, Senior Manager of the UN Sustainable Development Solutions Network, to the stage to introduce the initiatives in detail. Please.
Your Excellencies, dear guests of honor, dear colleagues, dear friends, welcome to the GBA-ASEAN Conference on Trade, Finance, and Sustainable Development. And good morning, everyone. I'm Philo Wang, Senior Manager from UN Sustainable Development Solutions Network. We have prepared a wonderful two-day program for you. And I was telling Jeff that he's going to give a very high-level introduction of the GAI, whereas I'm going to give a low-level introduction. And we think it will be important for us to share with you a bit more detail, the background, and the context of the GBA-ASEAN Initiative. So what is this conference all about? Why GBA and why ASEAN? And what's the goal of this conversation? So for me, it started last year in August in Rome during a breakfast conversation with Jeff and Sonia. So we're talking about the amazing dynamite of the Greater Bay Area. We talk about my hometown, Dongguan, the manufacturing powerhouse for the rest of the world, and Shenzhen as the center of innovation and high-tech industry, and Hong Kong as this unique international free trade port, and how it is so perfectly positioned between the ASEAN and the Greater Bay Area, and how ASEAN is full of resilience and potential for economic growth. So we're starting to talk about what we can do to link these pieces together and what are the things that we can contribute, what needs to be done. So in the following year, we've been coming back to the Greater Bay Area, we've been coming back to ASEAN so many times, and we try to talk to the partners here. We try to understand what are the things that are needed and what we can do together. And many of you who are sitting here today were part of that dialogues, and we took the time to understand what we can contribute. So after all of those conversations, we put together two major pieces that we think will be really important. The first thing is a network, a community for conversation and for collaboration. So my organization is called Sustainable Development Solutions Network. So what we do is to bring our network to provide solutions. And our vice president of network program, Maria, who's sitting here with us today, she leads 2,000 organizations from all over the world and provides a platform for them to have regular conversations, to work together, and to have workshops to communicate their experience. And we think this is the kind of thing that we can bring to this region, to bring the business community, to bring the universities, think tanks, and government to sit on the same table in the same conference call and talk about what they can do together. And this is the kind of spirit that we want to bring, a network, a platform for collaboration. And this conference is one of those platforms that we want to build for everyone from all over the world sit here together and talk to each other. So this is the first thing. And on top of that network, we will also like to establish a leadership council. And we're quite happy that we'll actually have the first leadership council right after this conference for the leadership of universities, for the leadership of the business sector and government officials from the GBA-ASEAN, from the GBA, to sit together and talk about the work ahead, what we can do. So this is the first element. And the second element is policy and research. So when you look at these organizers, policy and research is really the one thing that we are and they are best at. And our vice president, Guillaume, who's standing right over there, he leads a wonderful team of researchers in our Paris office that produce a sustainable development report every year. And this is the kind of knowledge product that we want to bring to this region and contribute, and to also understand what is the progress of sustainable development goals in the GBA and in ASEAN, and provide a systematic scientific tracking of this kind of progress. And I also lead a team of 50 engineers from all over the world, from leading universities, that they volunteer their time to contribute to the UN system to provide counsel for the United Nations on the topics of energy transition. And on this regard, we would also like to bring this kind of knowledge product to the Greater Bay Area and ASEAN. And we would also like to build a small team of researchers to support the local government, to support and advise on their policy agenda and see what are the things that we can assist on. So we're here to support and to serve. And these are the two things, these are the two main takeaways from all of these conversations with the regional partners. And so for this conference, the goal is that we would like to listen to all of our amazing speakers. We would like to learn from your experience. We would like to understand what do you think are the missing pieces, what we can do, and what you would like to do with us to collaborate together. And the conference is really just 2 days, and there are 365 days in the year. So building on this 2-day conversation, we want to shape the work in a way that's building on all of your feedbacks. And right now as I'm speaking to you, I'm facing the direction of ASEAN. Or if I have an extreme lack of geographical direction, that will be Shenzhen. But in any case, that will be the right direction for this message to be delivered to. And we would like to thank the organizers, the University of Hong Kong. We would like to thank the Institute of International Affairs, CUHK Shenzhen. They've been absolutely the best partners that we can hope for. And we would like to thank the TPC Group, the Number 17 Foundation, And thank you for Sino Group, Hong Kong ASEAN Foundation, and Fullerton Ocean Park Hotel for building this platform, for making this conversation possible. And we'll also like to thank Shangri-La Group for providing the platform for us tomorrow to continue this discussion in Shenzhen. And ladies and gentlemen, we have a wonderful 2-day program prepared for you, and we hope that you will have a great time. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Thilo. Now we proceed to the group photo session. First of all, I would like to invite our guests of honor, moderators, and speakers to the stage for a group photo. Professor Jeffrey Sachs, Professor Richard Wong, Ms. Chevrolet Frederick Tao, Ms. Nikki Ng, Mr. Hai Meng Zhang, Mr. Daniel Fong, Ms. Grace Fong Wei, Mr. Liang Cheng, Mr. P.C. Chen, Professor Hei Wai Tang, Mr. Philip Hu, Dr. Rajiv Lau, Ms. Malia Cortez Puig, Dr. Luki Anderson, Dr. Jorge Mayo, Ms. Nantini Malanan, Professor Kenneth Wong, Professor Xuanwin Vo, and Professor Sun Sun Lim. Please. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, we're ready to begin our first panel, the GBA-ASEAN Business Leadership Dialogue. This session explores how the Greater Bay Area and ASEAN can collaborate to drive Asia's next wave of sustainable growth. Our discussion brings together leading voices from business, sustainability, and philanthropy to explore deeper trade and investment ties, harnessing innovation and technology, building resilient partnerships, and advancing the UN Sustainable Development Goals. The session is moderated by Professor Jeffrey Sachs. The panelists are Mr. Hai Meng Zhang, Mr. Daniel Fong, and Ms. Grace Fong Wei. Please join me in welcoming our moderator and panelists.
Great. Thank you very much. Very exciting, wonderful to be with these three great leaders of industry and philanthropy. And so we'll start right away with Mr. Zhang Heimeng, Vice President of LONGi. LONGi Solar, as you know, is one of the world's amazing companies in the cutting edge of solar power. And I'm sure that everybody is aware that in every scenario we have in the world for how to reach climate safety, solar power is the #1 technology that is needed. We need a massive scaled up investment in solar power all over the world in order to decarbonize the world energy system. I visited LONGi, one of its great factories just outside of Shanghai a few months ago. It was really a spectacle, I have to say, because it is a vast complex producing a remarkable scale of high quality output of the leading edge solar modules, and very few people in that factory, lots of very, very clever machines, robots, artificial intelligence. So I was absolutely amazed by what I saw of how innovation has made it possible to have the world's lowest cost and highest quality solar modules, exactly what the world needs. So I would like to ask Mr. Zhang how he sees the future of the industry, which again has been declared to have excess capacity by jealous Americans, but in fact has massive capacity for what the world needs. And I'd like to understand from one of the great industry leaders how that massive capacity can be deployed at the global scale to solve the global energy transformation.
Well, thank you, Jeffrey, and good morning, everyone. My name is Haimeng. I'm a Chief Strategy and ESG Officer of LONGi. LONGi, for those of you who do not know our company, so we are 25 years old, and of all the solar installed in the world, 27% of those use LONGi technology. So we can serve the world with our wafer and module technologies. In addition, we're also adding to our portfolio energy storage and green hydrogen as our business offering. So our purpose is really to advance energy transition at a global scale. To Jeffrey's, your question, the industry is indeed in a new stage, right? So in the past 25 years, when we look at what we have achieved is reduced solar energy cost to the extent that starting year 2019 and 20, around that time frame, solar is already the lowest cost electricity throughout the world, right? Not just in 1 or 2 particular countries, but in all the countries in the world. So in some regions where you have abundant solar sunshine, so the cost of solar energy can be as low as $0.01 per kilowatt hour, or 1.5 in other cases $0.00 per kilowatt hour. That's significantly lower than, for example, coal-fired or gas-fired or nuclear or hydro. So that's what we have achieved. It has also come to an inflection point that starting last year, solar plus 4 hours of battery energy storage has become the lowest cost form of electricity, which provides electricity not just in the noontime, but also in most of the hours of the day, if you think about if you have 4 hours of battery storage. So that puts solar foot to foot with other energy forms in availability as well. So that's the inflection point we have reached. So Longyi look at the situation and say, look, the problem we're going to tackle are very different now, because previously the problem we tackled was how do you further improve the efficiency of your solar modules and reduce the cost of electricity. But going forward, the problem we tackle is how do you actually make solar energy easier to use, combined with energy storage, combined with green molecules that you can produce from solar, right? If you have green hydrogen, and then you use that green hydrogen in the heavy industries, right? In steel, cement, etc., or in ammonia, or as a fuel of green methanol for shipping. So all those applications are open up, right, with the lower cost of solar and battery. So I'm very optimistic on the next stage of energy transition that is really enabled by this parity achieved, right? So solar plus energy storage can be the lowest form of clean energy that can be applied in even more application areas. I'll talk more about this later, where we see exciting opportunities. But that, in a nutshell, is where I see a different game just started to play. Yeah.
Thank you very much. And we will talk in this session about how to scale up the application of these solutions. And I think one of the main points for us in the GAI in this initiative is that ASEAN is committed to a bold decarbonization, and solar will play an absolutely central role. So the challenge is how to design a program at the scale of ASEAN-wide energy transformation, how to finance it, how to organize the interconnectivity across the region. And these are all, of course, core aims of this initiative, because the timing is exactly what the governments are trying to solve, and helping the governments to solve the challenges that they have put before themselves is what we're after. Next, I want to call on a very wise, very experienced leader in this region, Daniel Fung. I had the chance to learn from him at a luncheon recently. You know a lot about everything going on in this region with a great experience. He's Vice Chairman of Financial Services Development Council. So, Daniel, love your thoughts about how you see GBA at this juncture, and Hong Kong and its financial future in the context of this phase of globalization.
Thank you very much, Jeff, for that overly kind introduction. I am very privileged to be on this stage at this juncture of history. And I share the excitement that Jeff has mentioned this morning. We actually stand on the cusp of a major historical tectonic shift, which puts Hong Kong once again at the vortex of this very dynamic region, and we are privileged to be both part of GBA as well as historically the hub of Southeast Asia, and of course long before ASEAN was founded. But today, once again, we stand in that particular position. So as someone whose father and grandfather actually hailed from the ASEAN region, although I was born and raised here, and my mother, on my mother's side, they've been here 4 generations, but on my paternal side, they actually came from China originally, but forged their lives and careers in today, what is today known as Malaysia. Now, coming back last night from Beijing, where I spent 2 days speaking at the annual Financial Street Forum, and addressing as invited by one of our most important hosts here, the Sino Group, and of course the Hong Kong ASEAN Foundation, a group of visiting Germans, 50 of them, who every year come to China and have been doing so for 17 years to actually see the change. I actually sense the electricity in the air for two reasons. The first are the policy initiatives of the President of the United States, who has turned out, ironically, to be the greatest benefactor of this region. And little surprise that President Trump is actually China and Hong Kong's favorite US President, bar none, surpassing Richard Nixon, 1972, when he visited China, surpassing Jimmy Carter, who forged diplomatic relations. Now, why do I say that? 5 reasons. Number one, when President Trump declared that companies listed on NYSE and NASDAQ are stealing money from the American public, they're not welcome, what do? They privatize, they relist. Where do they relist? No surprise for guessing, it's Hong Kong. Now, do they lose? The owners of those enterprises do not lose. The only losers are the American investing public, because on privatization and relisting in Hong Kong, they get a higher valuation. Why do they get a higher valuation? Simply because once you list in a market which is close to the center of economic activity, their core activities, you get a high listing. Second thing, what did he do? He made life so difficult for academics, chair professors who've in top institutions in the United States, particularly those in the East Coast, but of course including also Caltech, where they have been working, building the careers for the last 30, 40 years. When life becomes hostile, what do? They come home. Where do they go? They go to UST, they go to Hong Kong U, they go to Tsinghua, maybe the Shenzhen campus north of the border, maybe even further north to Beijing. Third, what did he do? He made the threshold so difficult for students of Chinese extraction, particularly those from mainland China and those from Hong Kong, who want to study STEM subjects in top institutions in the United States, that even if they get accepted into those institutions, visas are not granted. What do? They come to Hong Kong, roll out the red carpet, they registered Hong Kong UST, Hong Kong U, or they go north of the border to Shenzhen, to Tsinghua, and so on. So what's not to like? I mean, he really is our favorite president, and we want to give credit where credit is due. I mean, let's face it. Now, fourthly, what happened, given the hostility of the United States or the Trump administration to Chinese companies listing on NASDAQ or NYSE because they're supposedly stealing money from Americans, what does the CSRC do? This is the China Securities Regulatory Commission, which is the gatekeeper allowing Chinese enterprises to list overseas. Now, in the past, they could list in Hong Kong. They had a choice to go to London, go to New York, NASDAQ, or even to Singapore. Today, there's only one destination that CSRC approves. That's Hong Kong. And that's a direct result of that shifting of the tectonic plates. And then, as far as very talented Chinese students pursuing education or doctoral degrees or postdoctoral research, long gone are the days when they look to the United States as the beacon. They now come here. So I do think we are witnessing a fundamental shift in both the geopolitics and the geoeconomics. Now, I want to talk about the other trend which makes me really optimistic about the future, and not even in a cautious way. And the other shift is something we've seen globally, and that is the greatest transfer of wealth humanity has ever witnessed, which is a transfer of wealth from the baby boomers to Gen X, Gen Y, Gen Z, and next gen more generally. Now, why do I say that shift portends an extraordinary future, not just in terms of money transferring, but also in terms of the focus on green tech and green finance? That's because next gen do not regard climate change as the greatest hoax on humanity. They do not regard climate change as a scam practiced on the Western world. They see it as real. And they see it better than people of my generation do, I must confess. They put their money where their mouths are, and they are prepared to invest in green tech, green finance, and little wonder that Hong Kong, actually I have to beat my hometown's drum a little bit, we became the center of green finance globally because the Hong Kong government issued the world's first tokenized green bond. This is the world's first. And this portends a historical shift in terms of focus. And when China, mainland China, talks about carbon peak and moving to a post-carbon economy, it's real. And because China, we all know, is a sort of semi-vertical or top-down economy as compared to Hong Kong being much more horizontal, we know when a 5-year plan announces a particular policy goal, it tends to get achieved because a lot of energy is put behind that, both in terms of regional governments as well as in terms of SOE initiatives, as well as the SMEs. And let's not forget that SMEs drive growth in mainland China. We see that in Hong Kong. So I do see huge opportunity for strategic partnership and real partnerships as between Hong Kong, which is part of GBA, and ASEAN. And I think Hong Kong has value to put on the table. They add value because ever since the end of the First Opium War, 1842, when Hong Kong was founded as a British colony, Hong Kong became the capital raising center for the Chinese diaspora throughout Southeast Asia. And not just capital raising, and not just a place for IPOs, they send their children to Hong Kong for education. When I was growing up in the 60s in my school here, and I have to beat a drum for DBS, my classmates came from all over Southeast Asia, Thailand, Vietnam, Malaysia, Indonesia, etc. And we had, long before international schools established, Americans. The son of the Asia president Pan Am was in my old school. James Crowden, he set all the swimming records for Hong Kong, which stood for about 40 years, 100 meters butterfly onwards. This Hong Kong was very much a cosmopolitan hub, and I do think we are seeing a renaissance in that development.
Great, thank you very much for a very rich discussion, which met with many issues to come back on, including this idea of the generational shift of wealth and ideas, which I think is extremely important. Definitely, Trump is influenced by lobbies and everything else, but he's also influenced by the fact that his generation did not have the climate change idea, knowledge, classes, or time horizon and perspective, but young people today know it and understand that this is real, serious, and very much worth investing in. And I want to come back, of course, to the idea of Hong Kong as the world's green financial center, because this is absolutely the practical capital of the world for green finance. And with the work to develop that, I think that it will be seen to be that worldwide in very short order. Next, we're lucky to hear from another wonderful business leader and philanthropic leader, Grace Fung, who's the chairperson of the Ronald McDonald House Charities, a wonderful charity. I'm going to get to come visit tomorrow.
Looking forward.
Yes, and so we're very excited about that. But Grace is a leader of finance and of this community broadly. So over to you.
Thank you, Jeff. Good morning, everyone. I'm Grace, and I've been the chair for RMC, or Ronald McDonald House Hong Kong, for about 17 years. I'm also on the global board, so we do look at what we can do outside of Hong Kong. So it's not just Hong Kong. In Hong Kong, we are a Chapter 88 charity, local charity, but we follow global guidelines, but we very much focus on Hong Kong. Our service is basically to focus on supporting families, not just the sick children, but families with seriously ill children, because we feel that when a child is sick, actually, the whole family is sick, because siblings get ignored because they feel that all the attention is on the sick child. And then, of course, the grandparents, the parents, they're also focused on the sick child. So what we provide is accommodation, short-term accommodation until they're well, close to the hospital, so that it will cut the stress of traveling, finance, going to a hospital every day. For example, for cancer patients, the young patients need to travel every day for chemo for 3 months or 6 months, which is a very big stress for not just the child. If you imagine every day you have to travel 45 minutes, which is the max, I suppose, in Hong Kong. And at night you go back again at 5 o'clock, have your dinner, have a shower, then go again, the whole family. So what we do is we provide the accommodation, but more importantly, we provide also the psychosocial support. As I was talking to a donor yesterday, she also had the experience of having a child fell sick. And she was saying that they could afford, they have the means to go to a hospital. And they were in Whistler, actually in Vancouver. But they found a Ronald McDonald House there, where they could stay with other families who are in the same situation. And they feel that they had the support, being able to talk to the other parents while the child is in intensive care. It was quite serious at the time for them. So it's not just money, because even you can afford it, even if you're in a big suite in a hotel, you really don't have that psycho support of being able to talk to other parents who are the same place. So therefore, this is what we do. We do a lot of activities. We collaborate with others. And in Hong Kong, and all our chapters around the world, we actually have 490 houses around the world in 62 regions and countries. And what we do is we share a lot of best practice. So although in Hong Kong we focus on serving Hong Kong children, but on the other hand, we talk to other chapters, we share what they do. And basically, I will welcome each and one of you to come and visit our new house, which Jeff will come on Monday. And you will see what we do there. We provide certain facilities, and we collaborate with other people, NGOs, like nutritionists who would come and talk to the parents about health issue, how they should eat. We have counselor who would come and do sessions with parents. For example, recently, we have a session with parents where there's 6 of them. Usually it's the mothers who would come because women talk and they open up easily. But that particular session, we have 4 fathers and 2 mothers. And we were surprised. But one of the dads started talking to us, and his child is about 12, very bright kid. Parents can't speak English, but he speaks very good English. But the father said when he heard that the child was confirmed to have a serious cancer case, he was in the street, and he said he cried very loudly. He stood there, because if he go home, he has to be strong in front of his family. And he felt when he's in the street, he can cry because no one knows him. Then the other father also piped up and said That father received the news when he was on a minibus from Tin Shui Wai to the hospital, and he said he cried loudly because he just felt he need to express himself. But so we do a lot of that kind of thing at our house to not just help the children. The children has the doctors, have the nurses to take care of them. We actually don't have medical staff in our house, but we provide the place, we provide the activities, and we provide the support, and that's what we do. Now, Hong Kong is the first Ronald McDonald House opened in Asia, and in fact, the first house, 23 room only, was the largest at that time for the last 29 years. We just opened a 66-room house in Kwun Tong, and that one is 66 room. And actually, I look at what we are doing and what we've been doing in ASEAN. We actually are in 6 countries already in ASEAN. In Malaysia, we have 4 houses, and we'll open 1 more. And then next year, Indonesia, which is a huge country within the ASEAN, they have about 3-4 houses, even one in Bali that I visited, but they will be looking to open a 67-room house, 1 room bigger than Hong Kong, in about a year's time. So I'm very excited about what we are doing already as a global board member from Chicago. We do look at how we can do more in ASEAN, as well as in Hong Kong. But I think in Hong Kong, we're just a city. We've got 2 houses already, and I think that we are doing very well per capita. But in ASEAN, we are average only 15 rooms, which is a huge difference from Hong Kong. And I think there's so much more we can do, because in Asia, we believe providing this unique service of looking at the family, not only on the children, I think we are only covering 3% of the need. For example, China. We will be opening the 4th house in China in Shenzhen. So that's the GBA. And then, of course, the first one that got opened was, surprisingly, not Beijing, but the first one was Hunan. Because Hunan has a children's hospital with 4,000 beds. I mean, the mind boggles for me, coming from Hong Kong, a small city. The scale of things in China is amazing. So our first house in China was in Hunan about 7 years ago. And then, of course, now we have Beijing, and we also have Shanghai. But, you know, that's what we do. That's what we're doing in GBA. We want to do more in ASEAN. Thank you.
Grace, thank you very much. As you know, my wife, Sonia, is medical doctor and lived the experience when she was a doctor at Children's Hospital in Boston of how important the Ronald McDonald houses are to make it feasible for families to survive as their children are needing treatment. So it's a remarkable contribution. And I think the very wonderful point you made about how you are now spreading the operations across ASEAN is really the theme for all of us, which is what are the various ways that the linkages can be made more deeply between this region and the 11 countries of ASEAN. And we've touched on several of those, and I want to deepen the discussion so that I understand better and we understand better how can we use this initiative to really help to spur those interconnections. They will be very fruitful. There's a lot of sharing to do. There's a lot of market to be building. There's a lot of investments to be undertaken. And the more there is close collaboration, of course, between governments, but of course also, even more importantly, among businesses, among philanthropic leaders, among academics, then you make this connection all that more fruitful, and you also open up ideas for how policy changes can make the advances even more dramatic. And so I'd like to ask, if I may, how LONGi views the ASEAN region, both as a market, potentially as a place for direct investment in capacity as well. Is that something that is on the company's horizon? And a general point that I have had in mind and that I'd really like to ask you about, if I might, quantitatively, and this is, I'm the amateur compared to the world expert, but roughly speaking, global capacity expansion in solar has been about 600 gigawatts per year in recent years. But we're told that the Chinese capacity is probably more than twice that, maybe 1,300 gigawatts of solar capacity per year. And that's the basis on which this cliche in the West says, well, there's overcapacity. And it's also the reason why prices are so low, because you're in cutthroat competition. Everybody has massive capacity. My view as somebody who is spending my life trying to promote the energy transformation, I look at the 1,300 gigawatts and say, my God, that's exactly what we need. Because if you look at any scenario from the International Energy Agency or from IRENA, the International Renewable Energy Agency, and you ask what is the pathway to a safe energy system, it's not the current level of installation of solar generation, it's twice that. It's China's capacity. And so I ask the question, how can that be deployed? Well, one way it should be deployed is that other countries say, we need a massive accelerated transformation of our energy system, and we're going to use solar because it's the low-cost energy source. And so it should happen in part on a market basis, but of course it also is a political basis, because governments need to take these decisions that this is the direction of the energy system. And that's what ASEAN is doing right now, but it's in the middle of it. It's only now asking the question at a high political level and at a deep analytical level, how do we accelerate so that we really decarbonize? And the ASEAN Center for Energy, which is the research group for the ASEAN countries on energy transformation, has been tasked with looking at a trajectory for ambitious decarbonization. I'm pretty certain what they're going to find is massive solar expansion as the #1 area. So that will be coming in the next months. But that's not a project. That's not a bankable investment. That's an analytical insight. And so the question that I would like to start is, how is the best way to accelerate bankable, financeable projects in your industry, given that that's not just commercially useful for companies, that is the global transformation that we need in order to achieve sustainable development, in order to achieve the Paris Climate Agreement, in order to achieve SDG 13 of the Sustainable Development Goals. So I'm speaking to the governments of the ASEAN region. We advised and helped to support Prime Minister Anwar Ibrahim in this year's ASEAN Summit. He was magnificent in the leadership. And the coming year's leadership is the Philippines. So the coming year's leadership is the Philippine government, which has also said, we will take the lead of this energy transformation. So I'd like to ask you, from your perspective, what should happen? How can this massive capacity that your industry has and the massive need that this region has be put together, and how can Hong Kong help to finance it?
Jeff, thank you for your excellent and very inspiring question. The two things to begin with, right? One is LONGi as a company has already invested. We have the only vertically integrated production chain in Malaysia. Outside of China, that's the only one. So we start with ingot and wafer, and then solar cell and solar modules. So it's all complete, right? And that supply the regional market. It also supply North America, supply Europe. So it's a thriving center of gravity for our global supply chain already. We also have production facilities in Vietnam. We're building a new one in conjunction with a local partner in Indonesia, right? So we're quite optimistic and excited about ASEAN, not just as a market for solar technology, but also as a global hub for solar technology supply chain. And there are also other countries that are very important in the global supply chain in ASEAN. For example, Laos, Thailand. So they all have solar production from our peer companies. A second thing I want to say is the ASEAN market, I think, is just beginning to take off, right? So take big countries in ASEAN, for example, Indonesia, right? It's a huge country, but the solar demand for solar modules is about 1 gigawatt per year, 1.5 after some growth. But you compare with India, so we're talking about 30, 40 gigawatts, right? And very quickly growing into 60 as expected in the coming few years. And you compare with Pakistan. Pakistan is like a 15 gigawatt market, right? So I'm asking why is Indonesia not order of magnitude bigger in demand? So the answer is actually in the strength in fossil fuel, right? So Indonesia actually is an exporter of coal, right? So they have very cheap coal and very cheap coal-fired electricity. And if you look at Malaysia, Malaysia is an exporter of oil and gas, right? So the gas price, I checked, in Malaysia is the lowest almost in the world, right? So it's even subsidized. And you go on and you say, well, you know, because there's a fossil fuel industry is so important to the economics of those countries, and there's no immediate appetite to embrace wind and solar and whatnot. But the things are changing very fast, particularly in the last year and this year. So I came back from Jakarta last month. So you have this International Sustainability Forum in Jakarta, and I pick up this new number of 100 gigawatt, right? So I'm like, what is the 100 gigawatt? So they already have a pretty ambitious, Indonesia as a country has a pretty ambitious target of installing 17 gigawatts of new solar capacity in the coming 5 years. So that's already a significant step up. But then on top of that, in recent weeks, so they announced a 100 gigawatt distributed solar energy in the villages and islands in Indonesia. I'm looking at this and say, hey, this makes total sense, right? So if you look at the Indonesian as a country of 10,000 islands, how do you connect those islands with the grid, right? It's very expensive to extend your electricity grid to all of those islands. And in reality, they use diesel, right? So they generate electricity from diesel power generation units. And the cost of diesel energy, depending on the cost of oil and the logistic cost, et cetera, oftentimes are more expensive than 30 cents per kilowatt hour if you generate power from diesel. And in some remote areas, that goes up to like $0.50 per kilowatt hour. Think about it, electricity price at $0.50 per kilowatt hour. But they use it, right? Villagers in the islands who are not the highest income population, right? They pay that kind of electricity bill. And also for islands like Bali, right? And also when I go to Malaysia and talk with Malaysia government, so they're saying, hey, we're pretty well endowed in the Western Malaysia and also in Sarawak with hydro and gas. But in Sabah, right, there's no clean energy or no energy, but there's a very high concentration of vacation resorts, right? It's a destination it's a world-class destination for vacation. So then you go to those resorts and people burn diesel, right, to generate electricity, right, in the rainforest and with orangutan. So this is just insane, right? So I'm saying, look, there is such an opportunity to democratize electricity for those regions, right? You shouldn't wait for the centralized grid to cover your region. It may never come, right? But you can now use solar and battery to provide very stable electricity with a little bit of a diesel as a backup, maybe, right? So that's highly mature technology. And you can use that to lower the cost of energy and also to make it much cleaner, right? So that's why you have this 100 gigawatt ambition, right? So I'm saying, well, this makes total sense. It may not make as much sense 5 years ago, because 5 years ago, solar and battery storage are expensive, right? But it makes sense now, right? And for the next 10 years, we expect that to be even cheaper, right? And you have a steadily declining cost of clean energy and maybe somewhat rising cost of fossil fuel, right? And the mathematics becomes very clear. So I'm looking at the ASEAN countries, Philippines, right? Indonesia, Malaysia, all have a lot of remote areas, villages, islands that are not very well covered by stable electricity. You can do that, right? I can say a bit more about Hong Kong because I'm looking at that projects and asking why those microgrids, off-the-grid applications are not happening. And the answer is finance, right? So who's going to invest in those projects? And I'm looking at that and say, okay, so some of those has to be financed by domestic savings, right? But some of that can also be financed by financing from outside of the country. As a matter of fact, part of this new capacity in Indonesia are going to supply Singapore. So guess what? So all the grid connection, the cables under the sea, and all the power generation capacity, part of that is financed by Singapore money, right? Because they buy the electricity. They are the off-takers. But then for many of the electricity consumption in Indonesia are also consumed by Chinese mining companies, right? So you have Chinese mining companies go to those regions and say, hey, we're going to mine, or by a Hong Kong resort investment company, right? You go there and build a resort, and you're going to be the off-taker of those green electricity. And that's where I think Hong Kong as a green financing hub can come to play. So we say, well, you don't have to expose your project to currency risk, country risk, and whatnot. The off-taker is from China or Hong Kong, right? And then you can do the transaction in here with the funding support in the finance community. And then you can unlock those projects that are actually happening in Bali, right? Or Kota Kinabalu or somewhere, right? So I think that's where I see a huge space open up, right? The broader theme was, I think there is a connection, the link between the US dollar and oil. But going forward, I think there has to be a link between some form of RMB and clean energy, right? So that is the corridor we need to build. And starting from ASEAN countries makes total sense. And there is an immediate demand for that, right? So I think it's our job to connect the dots and make that happen.
Thank you. Those are very important ideas. And again, I want to stress from the point of view of our initiative, the next year in the ASEAN planning, we can make inputs in a very practical way, because the timeline is that in Manila, probably just about a year from now, the date hasn't been set, but late October or early November, the ASEAN countries will commit to the next phase of the energy system transformation. And that will be based on analytical work carried out between now and next June. And that's centered at the ASEAN Secretariat and this ASEAN Center for Energy, which our project will also be helping to advise. So putting in specific ideas is quite feasible right now, and helping to understand many of the points you made about decentralization in the archipelago countries, in the Philippines and in Indonesia, and how that should be factored into the scenarios, or factoring in the integration of the renewables, storage, and grid transmission in other contexts, I think can all be put into a quantitatively useful scenario that's being built, and that will be the basis for the policy recommendations. And the way that the ASEAN timeline will work is that the analytical work will take place through June, and then there will be an energy ministerial of the ASEAN countries probably in September, and then the leaders will confirm the results of the energy ministerial at their summit meeting soon afterwards. So this is a timeline that we'll be working on, and getting the inputs from this project, I think, can be very, very fruitful. And I love the analogy you made of the US dollar and oil trade to a solar and renminbi linkage. And maybe I would ask Daniel to elaborate on that a bit from the financial point of view. Both Hong Kong's role, which is unique, Hong Kong as the world's identified green financing center, is not just a nice idea. It should be a literal achievement, because who else? New York is not going to do it for the reasons we know. London is not going to do it for the reasons we know. Here, all the pieces are there. The actual energy systems, the actual financing, the actual mechanisms for how to do this. I'd like to add in, if I could ask you, does the Belt and Road Initiative fit in some programmatic way that Hong Kong can say, yes, we are the BRI outward financier? How can that be also incorporated?
Great questions, Jeff. Let me just identify two trends which are explosive, which will change the landscape, both in terms of finance as well as in terms of green tech and new tech. Let me start with finance. We all recall that until 1993, China was a net fossil fuel exporting country, exporting oil from Dating in the northeast and from the Tarim Basin, Xinjiang. By 93, which is 2 years after Deng Xiaoping's trip south, Nansen, domestic production was insufficient to meet China's needs, and therefore China became a net fossil fuel importing country in 1993. It was shut out of Saudi Arabia. Why? Because the US had a stranglehold on Saudi oil. US was the biggest customer of Saudi oil since 1945, right up until maybe 5 years ago. And China was shut out, so China had to buy oil from Angola, and was criticized for that, and they said, well, why did you deal with these funny countries, as if Saudi was a saint. But move on. Let's move on from that. Today, China is the biggest customer of Saudi oil, bar none. Why is that? because the US is the biggest competitor to Saudi production. Why is that? Because of shale production, Bakken, in Texas and up in North Dakota. And of course, the US buys shale from Alberta. So big competitor. China becomes the biggest customer of Saudi oil. Then we have the invasion of Ukraine, 24th of February 2022. What happened after that? Immediately, Singapore was first mover in sanctioning Russian enterprises, individuals connected with Putin. That sent a huge signal globally. What happened next? In December 2022, MBS, the Crown Prince, announced that he was prepared to take RMB for oil. Historic announcement, because for 75 years, the oil trade was dominated by US dollar, the petrodollar. And yet, because of what happened in the war in Ukraine and the sanctions that resulted, that sent a huge signal, and many people thought, well, I'll be next. So Saudi said, I'm going to diversify. I'm going to take RMB for oil. What happened after that? Brazil followed suit and said, I will take RMB for soybeans. It was a snowball. It was a snowball throughout not just the BRICS countries, but globally. Now, what happens then? You have all this RMB sloshing around. It's all offshore RMB. It's not onshore. None of this RMB will be invested in mainland China. They're offshore. Now, there was a debate. Maybe 7, 8 years ago, who will be the leading RMB offshore center in the world? Will it be Hong Kong? Will it be Singapore? Will it be London? Today, that debate is finished. There's only one answer, 100% Hong Kong. Now, we stand actually at the cusp of the equivalent of the euro-dollar moment. Why do I say that? Because in the 60s, with the accumulation of petrodollars, they weren't repatriated to the US. They were kept in London, mostly, a bit in Frankfurt. Now, in 71, President Nixon decoupled US dollar from gold. I mean, theoretically, before that, you could take 35 US dollar notes and go and demand 1 ounce of gold, theoretically. Never happened, of course. Now, after that, a guy called Walter Wriston, chairman of Citibank, had said, look, I'm not going to repatriate my US dollars back to US. I'm going to stick them in London. The euro-dollar market then exploded. We stand at the same moment in Hong Kong. Hong Kong is at the euro-dollar or the offshore RMB moment. This is it. Now, what happens with RMB? There actually, a lot of it is invested in green energy, even for the Saudi, even for the UAE, even for Kuwait, because they know that the fossil fuel moment has peaked. They know it, and they're not dumb. They can see the future, and they invest in the future. Now, let me just move from that. I mean, I've mentioned already very briefly that Hong Kong is the green finance center of the world with the tokenized green bond, et cetera, et cetera. Let me mention also new tech. Now, we are moving away from fossil fuel, we know that, but what replaces it? I think it's a whole spectrum of different energies, solar being one of them, wind, tidal, geothermal, et cetera, et cetera. I mean, less than a week ago, a group of the leading hydrogen scientists came to see me in Hong Kong just before I went to Beijing. And these are people who used to work in the US Energy Department back in the day when Steve Chu was Energy Secretary, back in the good old days. Today, that world is hostile. They come back. They come back even before the 1,000-pallet scheme was announced. They were invited back by Premier Li Keqiang and said, look, come home, help us build. Now, what happened? Everybody's been looking at hydrogen as the key. In 2003, as part of, I'm sure, Jeff, you know this crowd, Asia Vision 21 set up by Ezra Vogel back in 98 when he invited me to join. I was told about hydrogen, but it was a mirage. You couldn't convert it. And hydrogen is unstable. It could explode. But this group of scientists who came down to see me said they found the Holy Grail. Now, I'm not going to bore everybody with the technological details, but that technology has just been independently verified by 3 different sources. One, Royal Dutch Shell. Secondly, the government of the Netherlands. And thirdly, Singapore government. And the first rollout of hydrogen technology to power a city will be Singapore. And Temasek will put their money where their mouths are. So that's real money. Now, obviously, Singapore is a small place, but it is a key test bed. And Hong Kong will be next. Because how do we generate electricity in Hong Kong? I mean, we burn fossil fuel. We burn coal. I mean, it is the nastiest, dirtiest fuel in the world, and yet we've been doing it for, what, 180 years. And we have 2 electricity suppliers in Hong Kong. One of them, at least, will start looking at hydrogen. They already have a team of hydrogen specialists looking for this Holy Grail for 10 years. They didn't find it. But this group from China, they gave it to them. So this is real. This is not fanciful. This is not science fiction. This is real. Now, obviously, this is just one dimension of the mix. It's going to be everything: solar, wind, geothermal, etc., etc. But we do stand at a post-carbon inflection point, and it's recognized by all the major carbon fuel producers in the world, except for the US, let me add, because obviously there's a different political dynamic in the US that prevents that transition from taking place now. But I suspect eventually it'll shift. That's just reality. And so those 2 trends, which I've briefly sort of sketched, I think will take us into a true post-carbon future.
Thank you very much. I would suspect one of the reasons why it will shift in the U.S. is that even the shale period is peaking, and U.S. shale production will decline in the coming years, and the U.S. will become a net importer again of oil. Of course, Donald Trump wants Canada to be the 51st state. Then we would remain a net exporter.
Just Alberta.
And it could be Alberta, exactly, or maybe next week Venezuela will become the 51st state on an involuntary basis. It's been known to happen, unfortunately. But this means that even in the U.S. context, this shale boom is running its course geologically and financially. It's being outcompeted as well as being dirty. And so it will change the role. Could I ask you one more point, though, on the offshore renminbi, which I do think is a very important point, like the euro-dollar market, which started in the 1970s. With the dollar, there was dollar convertibility, of course, so the onshore and the offshore market for dollars was coherent, but the pool of offshore dollars that formed the euro-dollar market was itself a major institutional fact. What do you see as the future of the renminbi internally, and how it will relate, and what Hong Kong, I assume Hong Kong will be the great financial center for the renminbi as even the domestic side internationalizes?
Great question, Jeff. I think this is the key question to renminbi internationalization, because you remember back in the 90s, before the Asian financial crisis, which took place in 1997-98, there was huge debate within China in Beijing about internationalizing RMB. That ground to a dead halt when the hedge funds started betting against the Thai baht, against the Korean won, against Malaysian currency. And so you witnessed tragedies happening in that period. So, Korean housewives took their gold bangles to donate to the Korean Central Bank. You had Mahathir railing against George Soros in Kuala Lumpur, et cetera, et cetera. So that put a real damper on the debate in terms of people pushing for renminbi internationalization. And obviously, we have to recognize that China is heterogeneous. China is not homogeneous. I mean, there are many different factors at work. However, what we see as the solution, which Beijing sees as a solution, is actually the beauty of one country, two systems. It can have its cake and eat it too. It can stabilize domestic RMB onshore, but on offshore RMB, let Hong Kong experiment. So no capital account convertibility for the time being, but certainly current account convertibility, and definitely for offshore RMB. But even beyond that, I think 2 days ago, there's a big debate in Beijing when I was there as to how progressively, even for onshore RMB, capital account convertibility should be explored stage by stage. Now that's a big deal. That's a big deal, and I think it will happen. Now, how will it happen? That's a really interesting question. I think the answer comes from blockchain, because what we see in China, remember before 2019, China was the leading crypto mining country in the entire world, bar none. And then there was a clampdown. So where did the crypto miners go? They went to two places. They went to Kazakhstan and they went to Idaho and northern Nevada, because that's where you get cheap energy, because you need a lot of energy for crypto mining. So but today, with the explosion in cryptocurrencies in the United States and also the explosion in stablecoin, which pegs the RWA to the US dollar and to treasury bills, then the prediction, at least from Washington, D.C., New York, that US dollar will be king forever, which I don't believe in. In fact, we're seeing a shift, because in China, although stablecoin is not allowed, you have central bank digital currency, CBDCs, which is pegged, of course, to RMB. But the most successful country in promoting stablecoin and CBDCs is actually Brazil. Why is that? Because the US president is so hostile to Brazil and to Lula, and so pro-Bolsonaro, that in Brazil, everybody uses digital currency, even to buy their groceries. The take-up of digital currency in Brazil is even faster than in mainland China. But because of one country, two systems, as we all know, we are pushing for a stablecoin policy. The Hong Kong government, actually, Hong Kong has made a world's first. We passed our statute, the stablecoin ordinance, 1 day before the Genius Act was passed. Now, that's not a well-known fact, and who cares about who was first? But actually, we moved pretty fast. We moved pretty fast, and I'm going to do a commercial plug-in. I'm going to give a public lecture on regulating stablecoin Monday, 3rd of November, and everybody's welcome, because we actually want feedback. I mean, let's be frank. There is no expert on stablecoins anywhere. It's so new. Anybody who tells you he's the expert or she's the expert is not telling the truth. I mean, we're all exploring. I mean, as Deng Xiaoping said, you cross the river by feeling the stones across the riverbed. That's the stage we're at. So let's be honest with ourselves. But we do want feedback, and I think the learning curve is steep, and it's based on the old Chinese pedagogy of throwing a brick to attract a piece of jade, 抛砖引玉. I mean, essentially, the process is interesting in terms of what people tell you rather than what you tell people, because they're really no experts. And I do believe in wisdom of crowds.
When you are talking about a Hong Kong stablecoin, is that also to a Hong Kong offshore renminbi, or what?
Well, you see, the Hong Kong regime is interesting because these are privately issued stablecoin.
Yeah.
And you can peg it to whatever real-world asset you deem stable. So it's either US dollar or Hong Kong dollar, which also means US dollar, or it could be RMB, or it could be euro, it could be Swiss franc, it could be a basket of currencies, or it could be gold, or it could be carbon credits. But of course, there are pitfalls here because you don't want to peg it to something that's too volatile. I mean, that's how Tether got into trouble, and that's how Circle got in trouble, because Tether didn't use full independent auditing, and therefore it was fined. And as far as Circle is concerned, they actually pegged part of their coin to Silicon Valley Bank, and we all know how that ended up. So there are pitfalls. So that's why I emphasize we are on a steep learning curve. There's no expert here. But I think digital currency is here to stay. And don't forget, stablecoin and digital currency actually helps the poorest of the poor. Why do I say that? Look, there are so many unbanked people in the world. Unbanked, unbankable. Domestic maids. Unskilled workers from South Asia working in the Gulf. They have to send money home. How do they do it? They either do it through an underground system or they go to Western Union. And depending on how much you remit, you can be ripped off as much as 25% when you remit. Now, these are people who can't afford to lose, and yet they are the victims. So there is a solution here, but we need to tread carefully.
Very interesting. Grace, can I ask you to come in?
Yeah, of course. On stablecoin, yes, actually, let me put a plug on Ronald McDonald House. Basically, we're always open to tech for good, and we want to improve the process. What happened was, actually, last year, a fintech company came to us, and they said, would I be interested, to try out using a blockchain technology, which is to distribute donation to some of the families, at the house. And that idea came actually first from Singapore, but they didn't exercise and did that test in Singapore because of regulation in Singapore, although, as you know, they have a stablecoin, started earlier than Hong Kong, but because their regulation. So what happened was, there was a donor in Singapore who wanted to help. As you mentioned, there's a lot of Indian migrant workers, right? During COVID, we all heard the story. They were staying in the guest house and they all got infected. So this donor is saying, well, he wanted to give money to help them to get a good meal to eat at a restaurant. But he doesn't want the money to go to gambling or drugs or do anything else. So the blockchain technology help us to make this a purpose-bound money. So what it is that the donor donates, and then basically we use it in Hong Kong at our Ronald McDonald House. We we asked our families, would you like to have a meal on Sunday when they have the time to go out as a family? And there is a restaurant in Hong Kong, all of you can go. It's called Dignity Kitchen. And basically, they're a social enterprise. They hire disabled people, right? But they cook really good Singaporean food, because I ate there. They have laksa, they have Hainanese chicken. I love it. So basically, they said, okay, this is a designated restaurant. Our family are the beneficiary. Each family get 500 Hong Kong dollars. It's a donation from a donor. And there are families that signed up. All we need is their phone number and ID, and they get a QR code. They go to the restaurant, and they just go, doot, and they can pay for it. And so we actually tested that, and it was a pilot. And in fact, I think we are the first NGO who's used that kind of technology. And as RMXC, we are always open. We're always looking for how we can make it more efficient, because actually this purpose-bound stablecoin, they will rule out fraud. For example, if you give out food voucher, paper voucher, right, they can be duplicated. Whereas if you do it this way, it avoids that. That's transparency, efficiency, and actually, I think it will be a very good technology to use when we have the stablecoin done, I suppose January, whatever, for the NGO sector in Hong Kong and also around the region. So we actually tested that, and we are the first one who actually use it as an application on stablecoin. So I think for us, even the NGO, we are lucky. You were talking about Hong Kong, the financial center and all that. We've managed to raise 50 US to build a 66-room, which is the house that Jeff will go to on Monday. Now, it's very expensive. Within the region, right, in terms of cost of building a house, a Ronald McDonald house, Hong Kong is the most expensive. But because in Hong Kong, we do have very generous community who will support us, and we were able to do that. So what we want to do is how we can help the rest of the region where the need is even bigger and to do more. So I think we love stablecoin and all the technology. I think it's wonderful. So I think that's one thing we could use. So we are looking to do more to help people around the region where we can help the need. And in fact, we do support the UN Sustainable Development number 2, which is, well, good health, right, and also well-being of people, as well as number 9, which is basically the inequality, reduce inequality. And what we do, we serve the usually low-income families. They stay with us. So we are aligned.
I think this very rich discussion shows the interconnection of many changes that are taking place, the geopolitical changes, the green energy changes, the digital changes, because that also affects the payment system and financing fundamentally. So it's really a remarkable combination of events, and emphasizes the sweet spot here of what is happening. You remind me of the better days of the United States when we actually had a Secretary of Energy who was not only a scientist but a Nobel laureate. We're in a different phase of America right now. I did a quick look at the US cabinet and at the Chinese government cabinet to look at the educational background of our respective cabinets. It's really quite interesting. In the United States, we do not have a single PhD in the cabinet. There are 35 cabinet-level ranks. Our highest educational attainment in the STEM fields is 1 master's degree. It happens to be of the Secretary of Energy, who has a master's in electrical engineering from MIT. But that's a long way from a Nobel Prize in energy, and I think the change is really noted. In China, there are also, I think, 37, if I recall, designated cabinet-level members of the government, and there are 11 PhDs in the Chinese cabinet as opposed to 0 in the United States. This really makes a difference because you also have a direction of travel from a policy sense that is informed, technically sophisticated, promoting the cutting-edge knowledge, whereas in a place where you don't have that kind of background of government, you have politics morning till night. And politics means particular interests at particular moments, not really solving the longer-term problems. So I haven't recalled in that context Stephen Chu playing the role that he played. He was a wonderful Secretary of Energy at just the time when we needed to make the energy transformation, but events overtook the reality that he was trying to create in the United States. The leadership is now here. What you said about hydrogen is, of course, intriguing. We will wait to hear. And Tomasek's role is also intriguing, and Singapore as a hydrogen city is also intriguing, but it shows also the interconnection of ASEAN and GBA that could be extremely fruitful in all of this. So remember that our initiative is an initiative to bring together the business leadership, the government leadership, and the academic research as well. I want to thank the panel for giving us an incredible grounding of where we should be investigating as rapidly as possible, because this is applied research, of course. We're not going to do the fundamental scientific research, but we're going to try to understand how the more fundamental elements need to translate into public policy. One point about governments, all governments everywhere, no matter how competent, are overwhelmed by events day to day. So there's often no time to think in government. At best, there is time to manage and hopefully to implement. And that's why thinking inevitably needs to come from the business sector, and it needs to come from the academic sector, because the ideas can then get put into fruition by government. But my life experience as advising governments for more than 40 years is be accurate, but also be brief. No one's got time. Help to package something in a way that really is sensible, honest, with integrity, but also short, so that it can be incorporated in a meaningful way. Well, let me, on behalf of all of us, call on us to thank the panel for a wonderful discussion. And we have a coffee break now, so enjoy meeting each other.
Thank you to our moderator and panelists for a captivating discussion. We will now have a tea break. Refreshments are served outside the hall, and our panel 2 session will begin at 12 o'clock.
The next session is about to begin. Please be seated. Ladies and gentlemen, please proceed to your seats. We now proceed to the next session.
The second panel is Financing for Development in Asia. This panel will explore how innovative financing can strengthen GBA-ASEAN collaboration and support sustainable development, focusing on the roles of governments, development banks, private investors, financial hub, blended finance, green bonds, and mobilizing private capital. The session will be moderated by Mr. Leung Cheung, Chief Strategy Officer of Exchange Fund Investment Office, Hong Kong Monetary Authority. Our panelists are Mr. P.C. Chen, Professor Hei Wai Tang, Mr. Philip Hu, and Dr. Rajiv Lau. Please join me in welcoming our moderator and panelists. Please.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. I'm Leon Cheung. I'm the Chief Strategy Officer of the Exchange Fund Investment Office at the Hong Kong Monetary Authority. Very much an honor to be here as moderator of this very distinguished panel. So last year, HKMA, we launched a Sustainable Finance Action Agenda, setting out our vision to further consolidate Hong Kong's position as the leading sustainable finance hub in the region and support the sustainable development of Asia and beyond. And today is such a pleasure to speak with a panel of very experienced and very diverse experts as we explore how innovative financing can strengthen GBA-ASEAN collaboration and support long-term sustainable development in the region. So please join me in welcoming our four panelists. So I'm not going to go through the titles and names once again. They're all on the wall already. But perhaps what I'll do is I ask every one of you to give a very brief introduction of yourself and also what you do in your current role so that our audience have a high-level sense of who we are listening to. So PC, please.
Thank you very much, Mr. Zhang. So my name is PC Chen from Hong Kong Quality Assurance Agency. I am the CEO of the HKQA, our organization since around 8 years ago. We have been heavily involved in developing the green finance related assessment and certification protocols that is commonly applied in Hong Kong and also the GBA area. So we are very happy here to share our experience and insights and look forward to have a very exciting and fruitful panel discussion section. Thank you.
That's great. Yeah, Professor Tang?
Hey Wai Tang. It's just a bit low. I am an economist, professor in economics at the Business School of Hong Kong University. Now I'm also a joint professor at the new school at Hong Kong University called School of Governance and Policy. So if you look at a little booklet, there are 6 compulsory courses. The first one should be taught by me, which is called geoeconomics in the multipolar world. So that's the area that I've been doing research and teaching on. In addition to that, I'm Associate Vice President for Hong Kong University, as well as the Director of the Asia Global Institute. Thank you.
Right. So Professor Tang can later maybe address the question Professor Sess raised this morning, the president and the arithmetic capability and etc. Philip, please.
Thank you so much for having me here. I'm a founding member of Primavera Capital. We started in 2010 with private equity. We expanded to venture and also credit. We've been doing cross-border since 2015. We've invested in over 100 portfolio companies globally. And energy transition is actually a big and important sector for us. We have 100 people around the world in offices in Hong Kong, Beijing, Shanghai, Singapore, Silicon Valley, and we just opened an office in Europe. So thank you so much for having me.
All right. Now, Rajiv.
Hi. Good morning, everybody. My name is Rajiv Lal. I'm with the Singapore Management University, with the Singapore Green Finance Center, which is a MAS-backed platform in collaboration with the university that does research on climate finance. My own background is in finance. I like to call myself a pracademic, meaning I have a lot of practical experience outside of academia. I've just come back to academia 4 years ago. Thank you.
All right, wonderful, thank you. So perhaps we start with you, PC. So we understand HKQAA has undertaken many activities and initiatives linking the GBA and Hong Kong. So as an assessment body and standard setter, in a sense, what roles do you think governments, development banks, and private sectors should play to foster greater collaboration between the GBA and ASEAN in terms of financing long-term regional development?
Thank you for your questions. So as the professional bodies are focusing on the standard settings and also developing some tools and methods to promote the implementation of the green finance related protocols. So my experience is trust and transparency is important. And also the viable business is also important. So because when we look at the sustainability issues, so we can not only just focusing on the academic levels. So because we want to make use of the communities as also the market efforts to drive the sustainability developments and also the low carbon transitions. So the issue is how to develop a viable business model, a viable business case that could cope with different stakeholders' needs in the communities, also in the market. So referring to your question, just from the governments, I believe Hong Kong government, also the Singapore government, in the past few years already done a great job to develop a series of good policy and effective policy, certainly including some incentive to drive the market, to raise the awareness in the market, not only from the point of driving a green and sustainable world, but also from the business point of view, that is the viable business case behind. So for the development bank and also the other petitioners in the market, I consider there may be a good potential. There may be a good potential, especially in the very high challenging market nowadays. There may be a very good potentials from the emergent areas such in the new energy area, new material areas, and some new technologies area. We all know that the ASEAN and GBA are the powerhouse for this area, in the regions, not only in the region, but also around the world. So I would consider there may be a good potential for those investors, not only from the government policymakers, but not only from the academic guys, but also there will be very, very good potential for the market players to pay more attention, much more attention than 10 years ago, to invest about the time and monetary resources in this area.
Right, thank you. Yeah, so, I guess what you're saying is beyond sort of just passion and a willingness to do things, we also need discipline to have, standards, to have transparencies, to have guidelines and frameworks. These are really sort of the backbone of progression in that sense. So thank you very much for doing all these work for the community. So turning to you, Professor Tang, as a global economy expert, so what actions do you think governments, the private sectors, and also other stakeholders, they should take to finance long-term sustainable development in the region?
So let me wear the hat as an economist and talk a little bit about what a good government should do in terms of facilitating market activities and promote economic and environmental transformation. I think what a government should do is to identify market failure in places where you think should be supported with some fiscal or even regulatory policy changes. For example, there are a lot of investment demand in green energy, alternative energy, and different sectors that should be contributing to carbon neutrality. But the problem is, fixed cost in investment is very high, and sometimes the risk due to the long-term return are also very high. So that the government can jump in to share the risks with private sector investments. Development banks can also do the same. Moreover, I think there should be specific guidelines coming from the government to standardize sort of definitions of green. And Hong Kong being an international financial center, obviously we have been doing quite well in terms of like ESG disclosure and reporting, providing guidelines and sometimes even requirements for listed companies to show how much they have been supporting or even investing to green-related projects and sectors. So as a whole, I think it is important to have a deadline. Let's say 2035, being carbon neutrality year, or 2030 being the peak year for carbon emission, and then how to achieve those specific targets. It has to be reviews about the whole process. At the same time, identify market failures and try to facilitate transformation in the private sector, especially for SMEs that may not have the resources to even disclose the green contribution. Not to mention, big companies may not have the resources to invest in risky projects that may take a long time to deliver capital returns.
All right, great, thank you. So if I hear you correctly, what you're saying is governments should really take, in a way, a bigger role or even a leading role, or maybe talk to different stakeholders, but coming up with a roadmap. Once we have the roadmap, then private sector, other stakeholders can then fall in place and find sort of their place in that bigger map, right? Great, thank you. So Philip, so you're from the private sector. You're the only one here on the stage. So your investment experience across the spectrum at Primavera, so what roles and policies can governments and other market actors play to better facilitate investors like yourself?
No, thank you. I have two case studies, but before I get into that, I want to ask the audience, how many people here are in the power industry? Can you raise your hand? Okay, we have some. Have you heard of this, the Asian Power Awards before? No. Okay. Well, it was held for the 21st one was held in Kuala Lumpur last week. I've been told it is the Oscars of the power industry, but I've never been to the Oscars. I've never been to the awards, so I can't speak on that. But I'm very proud to share that one of our portfolio companies, Envision, which is one of the world's largest wind turbine manufacturers, won gold for cross-border partnerships last week. So I'm very, very proud to share that. And why did they win it? It was a perfect case study of China GBA-ASEAN cross-border partnership. And it's not just between GBA-ASEAN, but cross-border partnership within ASEAN. So Envision worked with the Laos government to build the ASEAN's largest wind farm. 600 megawatts, 133 wind turbines. They didn't deliver it on time. They delivered it ahead of schedule. Okay, this is not something you hear in the West for a wind turbine project, right? So I think this is a fantastic case study, and really echoing what Professor Sachs said earlier in his opening remarks, that really China, ASEAN, this is the region where we see real leadership in energy transition, right? So in terms of Laos, Laos has openly said they want to be the battery of Southeast Asia. So they want to be a net exporter of renewable energy. So they're doing that with this project. It's called the Monsoon Wind Project. So they're going to be exporting renewable energy to Vietnam, and through this, they're going to then reduce 35 million tons of carbon emissions, right? So this is real impact. And what we're seeing is part of the Belt and Road Initiative. This, of course, is part of that. An interesting trend of diversification, and this partnership of GBA-ASEAN is part of that. So, for example, in 2005, China's trade with Belt and Road countries was around 30% of total trade. If you look at today's data, it's around half, right? And ASEAN GBA China plays an important role in that diversification and de-risking. So for us, we invested $600 million in Envision as the first outside capital. It's a profitable company. Again, if you look at Western counterparts, Siemens Energy in Germany, not too long ago was bailed out by the German government because its wind turbine business was so loss-making. Vestas, for quite a period of time, was loss-making. But you're seeing the big players in China, like Envision, do this profitably. And that's what enables a project like Project Monsoon in Laos to succeed, is to do it profitably, right? The second kind of component of this, I'll add, is China as a global leader in energy transition, right? And I think has a big role to play in working with ASEAN. If you look historically in the past, China has deployed 50% of the world's wind, solar, and electric vehicles, right? If you look going forward, China accounts for 74% of all wind and solar projects planned today. That's huge, right? So I think, you look at US, it's around 6%, India 5%, rest of the world 15%. So again, what Professor Sachs had mentioned in terms of China being a global leader, it's in the numbers, right? The second example I'd like to share for GBA-ASEAN is not energy transition, but I think related in terms of technology. So another portfolio company of ours called GoTo, which is the merger of Gojek and Tokopedia in Indonesia. It's the largest digital platform in Indonesia. They've recently, well not recently, actually in the last year, signed a partnership with both Alibaba, another portfolio company of ours, and Tencent to build AI cloud infrastructure in Indonesia. In addition to that, they've agreed to then also teach and skill up 400,000 Indonesians with a goal by 2033 to skill up double that amount, right? So I think this partnership between GBA, ASEAN is very clear, I think very bright, and I think there's so much to do, and I'm very excited to see the future. Yeah, thank you.
Well, thank you. So Philip, very impressive case studies. I think it also echoes, I think, what PC has said and Professor Tang has said, setting up viable business models. And then when, pure commercial is not enough, then government step in and sort of help, do some of the work together. So I think your example is really very impressive, very interesting to share sort of how these things can be done. In addition to what we say, setting up framework and other things. So Rajiv, you have obviously a very extensive experience in India and other emerging economies. So based on your hands-on experience, then what roles should government and other stakeholders play to establish an effective ecosystem for financing long-term sustainable development in Asia and other emerging economies?
So maybe the best I can do is to complement the perspectives that have been shared and emphasize that given the importance strategically and economically of the energy transition, there is a lot more work to be done to help governments actually play the role they should to facilitate the this transition. So government's role is not just policy making, it's very important, but when you look around the region, ASEAN in particular, there can be no energy transition unless we are able to persuade and help strategically important state-owned enterprises to pursue their transitions. So actually one of the research projects that we've been doing at SGFC is to design frameworks to engage such state-owned enterprises and make accessible to them a portfolio of blended finance that helps companies like PLN in Indonesia, EVN in Vietnam, navigate the tricky part of the transition. So when you talk to a lot of the management of these companies, there are two things that emerge. One is these companies are managed primarily by engineers. So there's a bias to caution. And they point out the preparatory work that needs to be done before you can transition to an RE-based energy system, a renewable energy-based energy. They worry about the stability of the grid, and that means that they need to invest very heavily and quickly in grid infrastructure as well as in storage infrastructure. But to get them to do that, they confront the challenge of having to invest much more upfront than under a business as usual scenario. So, and when you do projections of their balance sheets and P&Ls, what you find is that there is a temporary deterioration in cash flows. And that makes it very hard for governments to embrace this change. This is where blended finance comes in. And I think the GBA-ASEAN partnership has a very important potential role to play, because the Chinese bring this very unique ability to blend operationally state intervention with commercial logic, right? And I believe, certainly, I mean, I'm very optimistic about it because I'm one of the authors of this research, that it is possible to create incentive frameworks to help with blended finance to encourage these very large companies to actually move in the right direction and make the necessary public investments now so that we can crowd in private capital shortly thereafter.
Yeah. Well, very, very interesting. And I think, the view share here, if I may summarize a little bit, is that, obviously government has a big role to play, and particularly sometimes, in some of their own assets in state-owned enterprises, but also particularly in situations where, you go through a J-curve, you need someone to help navigate the initial stage of investment. But this is not a charity money per se. This is still, the J-curve needs to come up at the end. So it's still very much viable businesses so that, private sector can, at some stage, come in a bigger scale. And that's probably the only way we can really mainstream and scale up certain initiatives. So let me change the topic a little bit based on what we discussed. Seemingly the role of financing or how financing happened in that sense, because whether it's government or private sectors, investment firms, seemingly a finance hub like Hong Kong can have a role to play, in terms of facilitating best practice sharing, setting up standards, etc. So Hong Kong is currently a leading green hub in terms of green bonds in Asia. So PC, again, with this very successful experience of green and sustainable finance certification scheme, and for ESG and green fund, so what roles can financial hubs like Hong Kong play, again, in terms of facilitating cross-border investments between the GBA and ASEAN?
Thank you. I believe Hong Kong government, such a very important government as an international financial center, so has been already launched a lot of very effective policies. And very important, one of the important commitment demonstrated by the government is to fully adopt the IFRS, the latest sustainable and climate related financial disclosures standard, and promote the Hong Kong listed company and a major organization to fully comply and they connect with this latest international standard. The reason behind is quite obvious. It's try to back to the basic trust and transparency. So make use of the high transparency, highly structured, and very commonly adopted international standards, try to build trust between different stakeholders, different partners in all the ecosystems. So apart from that, for the government, I consider apart from the incentive and apart from the what we have discussed in these sections, I consider the government like Hong Kong and other major players in globally could pay more attention about how to facilitate the healthy growth of the sustainable finance market. Because in past few years, the market grew very, very fast. So many new players, many newcomers, and using different tactics, different methods to gain the market growth. So I would say this is quite normal because there will be a lot of people consider there is a very booming market, there are a lot of good financial returns. So in order to maintain the healthy growth of the sustainable finance markets, apart from the trust and the transparency, I consider there is a need to consider the concern about the washing. The washing, that means sometimes this is a byproduct from the rapid growth of the commercial market of the green finance. So my suggestions for the stakeholders is we need to sit down, try to work viable and practical protocols that could suit the different needs from different stakeholders regarding their concern about the washing behind. And also, another concern is we can see that there is a very positive progress from the Hong Kong MA regarding the development, also from the different stakeholders about the taxonomies. So how to make a commonly adopted taxonomy between GBA and also between the other key players in the region, like the ASEAN countries, I think that may be also another potential area that we may need to pay more attention, especially when we want to build a more strong and sustainable ecosystems, not only in Hong Kong, not only in GBA, but also in the Asian regions.
Yep, so thank you. Very, very important. Trust and transparency, but with credibility, and also in a very pragmatic way. And I guess that's what a good financial hub can provide. I guess not every place in the world can claim that we're doing pragmatically, but then we're doing it very seriously with credibility. So I guess this is something Hong Kong can definitely think of. Now, Hong Kong also, sometimes we call ourselves the super connector and super value adder, so serving as gateway to Chinese mainland and other emerging Asian economies. So, Professor Tang, so what more can Hong Kong do to facilitate cross-border investments between the GBA and ASEAN?
All right. So finally, a question not related to energy transition, which is not my area of research. So thank you for giving me this opportunity to talk about the new role of Hong Kong as a gateway between China and the rest of the world. I think it is quite obvious that Hong Kong is back, especially this year with a booming financial market with record number of IPO listing. And Hong Kong has remained very resilient, interestingly, when people worried about the future of Hong Kong, then all of a sudden, we prove it again that, we come up with new opportunities. So this year is interesting because of the changing geopolitics. We started seeing, quite a lot of capital inflows from mainland China, but also from the West, including the US financial market. This year is very good for universities in Hong Kong. There are a lot of students who may not be able to get visas to go to the US or are afraid to go to the US, and now they come to us, right? So a little bit of promotion. 2017, Hong Kong University has around 27,000 students, undergrads plus master and PhDs, and now we have 47,000, right? It's in a matter of 8 years that we almost doubled the number of students. So Hong Kong has been able to grab all these new opportunities arising from the changing geopolitics. We used to think that geopolitics are bad for us. I mean, there are certainly, downward impact, negative impact, but, we seem to be able to see the more positive side of things all of a sudden. So in terms of, being a gateway for investment, cross-border investment, both into and out from mainland China, let me talk about our FDI from China. For two obvious reasons. One, again, is about geopolitics. The other is because of over-competition in China. Many Chinese private enterprises wanted to go out, going to ASEAN, going to the Middle East. Some of them went all the way to Latin America and Africa. So Hong Kong, being a not just international financial gateway, but also a professional service hub, we should be able to play a large role to help them to mitigate, all sort of, downward risks like, legal risks and, accounting risks, and ensure that, those kind of outward direct investment is going to be legal, is going to comply with, local regulations and whatnot. So that's one, and we should grab this new opportunity. And I expect the next 5 years is going to be the same trend, despite, President Trump saying that tariffs are now lower, but only for 1 year, by the way. The key word is 1 year, not that tariffs are really removed permanently. In terms of inward investment into mainland China, obviously Hong Kong has been a major player. Over 70% of inward FDI into China actually was through Hong Kong, not just managed by Hong Kong, but actually through companies that are created in Hong Kong, registered in Hong Kong, because we have common law, we have free capital market, and obviously a big international talent pool in professional services as well as in finance. So, in the near future, I expect that not only that you see our investment from China, but also increasing inward investment back to China due to a more vibrant, finally, a more vibrant recovery of the Chinese economy since COVID, and also because of the commitment by the Chinese government and the stakeholders in China to carbon neutrality. So money from the Middle East, for example, and I'm pretty sure in Southeast Asia, including Singapore, are looking at all these new projects in China that have been using technologies and all sort of innovation to reduce carbon emission and at the same time try to increase efficiency of alternative energy generation. So I can go on and on, but I guess the role for Hong Kong to be a gateway, to be a value adder and a superconductor is now back, and continuously we have both directions of capital and talent flows into and out of China, and Hong Kong seems to be well positioned to play that role once again, after 3 or 4 years of slow economic recovery.
Yep. Thank you, Professor Tang. So, I think what Professor Tang is absolutely right. But I guess beyond just optimism, Professor Tang also mentioned, in fact, there's a lot of hard work behind, right? You need to build your professional services level. You need to build, sort of the ecosystem and the platform so that everybody likes to come and trade here, and then capital flows and etc. So it is a continuous effort to even just maintain, the legacy in a sense. So Philip, coming to you, your firm obviously manages both RMB and US dollar fund. So how's Hong Kong's role as financial hub help facilitate investors for firms like yourself, and what more can be done?
So I'm happy to bring back the energy transition to the question. I would actually argue that Hong Kong is the largest financial center for energy transition fundraising in the world, all right? And what supports that is this year is a great example, right? 2 of the world's biggest IPOs happened in Hong Kong this year, one of them being energy transition, right, CATL. If you look at the Hong Kong Stock Exchange as a whole, energy transition accounts for 13% of the total market cap, which is $800 billion, right? So this is by far a global leader, Hong Kong, for energy transition fundraising. So I'll use one of our portfolio companies, Xpeng, as an example. Xpeng is a leader in electric vehicle manufacturing, amazing cars. They did a dual primary listing for New York Stock Exchange and Hong Kong Stock Exchange in 2021. That's harder than a secondary listing, right? Because you have the scrutiny of 2 jurisdictions for that listing. So they raised $1.8 billion for the Hong Kong component, and they use that capital for their outbound expansion. Because if you look at their China headquarters, it's in Guangzhou, right, which is part of the GBA, but their global outbound headquarters, it's Hong Kong, right? It's Hong Kong. So we have 2 GBA cities that's very important to this portfolio company, Xpeng. And if you look at their operations, they've expanded into ASEAN in a very big way. They've expanded into Thailand, into Indonesia, into Singapore, into Malaysia, into Cambodia, right? So, Hong Kong definitely plays a critical and important, and I would argue, world-leading role in energy transition fundraising, and we've seen it with our companies as well.
Wow, okay, thank you. Thank you for sharing that. I don't know if anybody knows about that fact. I mean, it's I think for a lot of people, it's the first time we learn about, in fact, we are so important in that sense, in a global sense, right, as a financial hub. So Rajiv, historically, India, ASEAN, and the GBA have been linked in ancient maritime Silk Road. And in today's global landscape, so what role should a financial hub like Hong Kong play in terms of facilitating cross-border investments between GBA, China, ASEAN, and more broadly Asia?
So, when we talk about capital raising, often the focus is on capital markets and particularly on equity capital markets. So a lot of the success stories in terms of funneling capital cross-border have been on account of equity flows. So a lot of work that Philip does, or all the work they do, is mostly equity investments around the region. Staying with the theme of the energy transition, debt, long-term debt, is a big challenge that we need to address collectively. The challenge is that most ASEAN markets have very shallow domestic bond markets. And so access to large volumes of long-term debt denominated in local currency is quite limited. And the economics of doing cross-border debt is challenging because of the foreign exchange risk. So my 2 cents on this is that we should use the opportunity of the relationship building between GBA and ASEAN to think about how to solve this problem. Hong Kong can be very much a part of the solution. We need to figure out a way of defraying currency risk and when we think about how to finance the debt portion of the energy transition.
Yeah, I think Rajiv raised a very important question. I don't remember all the numbers exactly, but we're talking about overall climate change will need trillions of dollars every year. And equity market perhaps cover a small portion of it. In fact, the debt market, the bond or the banks, in that sense, they combined together need to come up much larger than the equity market side so that we will have enough funding to get us through all the solutions required. So it is definitely a huge topic, which also leads us very nicely into my next question, sort of about innovative financial instruments to accelerate Asia transition. So again, sustainable bond market has been developing very rapidly in the years. Returning to UPC, again, with your experience in green and sustainable bond issuance certification, do you see sort of new innovative instruments emerging? And are they gaining market interest? Can we use those instruments to accelerate the financing required?
Yeah, thank you. So we see the trend is from the first few years, around 8 years ago, for market focusing on the green projects. So purely green projects. In past few years, the market focusing on some sustainability or social linked bond or loan. This is quite common. And we see there's a great potential in the transition finance. But it seems the market tractions on this area is still waiting for the overall ecosystem to drive, to give a new power on this area. But apart from what we can think about the transition finance, recently I attended several, like today, forums talking about the exploring the new ideas about the future development about the sustainable finance. So one of the potential area that I'm observed is those financial instruments related to the climate resilience. So as observed and indicated, some data from the international research about the insurance, the compensations, and regarding the climate damage. So a lot more than half of the damage could not be recovered by the insurance. That means currently the insurance coverage only cover less than half about the damage from the climate. So one of the potential areas is especially for Hong Kong, is talking about the reinsurance, the green insurance, and the sustainable insurance, including the insurance and reinsurance. And we all know that London, as one of the international centers specialized in the reinsurance business sectors. So there may be a potential area for the different players to look at, especially in past few years. I believe most of the citizens in Hong Kong now should have a very first-hand experience about the climate damage. So we have a special meeting. We have a event in this hotel. So
for those of you coming out from Hong Kong, we had 12 or 15 typhoons this year. So normally it should be 2 or 3. Yeah. But this year we had more than enough of the share of typhoon.
So one of the damage is from, again.
So the front door of this hotel, when you came in, you see that it's blocked.
Yes.
It was hit by some water wave, so completely crashed. The front door is making the news.
So this is my personal experience. It's not, for maybe 5 to 10 years ago, it's hard for us to preach about the importance about building up the resilience against the climate damage. But nowadays, in the past few years, I believe most of Hong Kong people, citizens here, have a first-hand experience. So there will be very good potentials for the asset owners to share the risk through the insurance and reinsurance ecosystems. So that may be one of the potential area in terms of the financial instrument that for the GBA. No, actually, the climate issue not only apply in Hong Kong, but also around the world, especially in the GBA, also apply in GBA and the Asian countries. So that may be one of the potential area. And yeah.
Yep, very interesting. Yep. So insurance, one big area is to think through. So turning to you, Professor Tang, I'm not sure if this is a question you really like, but it's kind of agreed before. So it talks about the global carbon market. So what are the benefits you see to have an international carbon trading market in Hong Kong to accelerate Asia's low carbon transition?
This is a great question, and I used to do some research on this topic around 2 or 3 years ago. And then I realized that, HAEX and other jurisdictions in mainland China also had a similar initiative. But I think Hong Kong has a very unique role in being, if not international, but at least regional carbon trading center. So carbon prices are lower in China than the rest of the world. So therefore, there is an obvious arbitrage condition which Hong Kong financial markets should be very good at handling. In addition to that, given almost everything the panelists have said, Hong Kong has good regulatory frameworks as well as sort of credential verification. And when it comes to carbon, the quality of carbon, the definition of carbon is extremely important. So I think we have both the quality, the credential to verify, what is carbon, what is not, and at the same time, enough financial instruments to overcome, all these sort of arbitraging behavior between low carbon prices in China and high carbon prices in the rest of the world. As I was told, in mainland China right now, there are lots of companies that are invested in creating carbon credits. So those carbon credits should be traded not only within China, but also, globally. And, there are some similar initiatives in Brazil and Indonesia that I'm aware of. So again, climate change is a global task, a global challenge, and it should be dealt by global solutions, not national solutions.
Thank you. Yeah, of course, carbon market is a very complex question. So I guess, Hong Kong does structurally, like you said, we have, very clear and well-structured legal framework. We already have a very robust financial market, capital market. It is the largest in Asia, maybe not Japan, but in GBA and ASEAN anyway. So we have a lot of these structural advantages, but I guess still there are a lot of also practical and technical challenges that we have to overcome to make it really liquid and be useful for then investors to really, I guess, layer their risk in a sense, not as a speculative tool, but then for real investors and real operators to then be able to sort of diversify or manage the risk. Yeah. So Philip, again, you also invest in VC and early PE. So can you share some interesting and innovative investment you have seen that could really accelerate climate transition?
Definitely. I'll go back to the Envision portfolio company example. So we didn't participate on the debt side of these two examples, but I thought interesting to share as it relates to one, green syndicated loans, but also sustainable trade finance. So on the green syndicated loans, Envision, in 2022, they have a facility that's Asia's first dual compliance structure. So that's green loan principles and sustainability-linked loan principles. And the loan includes sustainability performance targets verified by Sustainalytics, so an external party. And it's linking financial terms to the company's ESG performance. HSBC, Citibank both led that, with HSBC as a sole sustainability coordinator and included, I think, over 10 banks in total. So Commerce Bank, Natixis, Bank of Communications, among others. So that's one interesting example that's quite innovative. The second one is sustainable trade finance. So more recently, in August 2025, Standard Chartered worked with Envision, and they did a syndicated bank guarantee aligned with ICC principles for sustainable trade finance. And they provided over $300 million to support renewable energy equipment exports. And this is another interesting bridge because that trade finance with the sustainability criteria enabled Envision to expand their wind power, not just to ASEAN, but across Asia, Middle East, Europe, and even Latin America. So we are seeing a lot of innovative structures out there, and it's quite exciting.
Yep. Great, thank you. Yeah, I mean, I used to be in the private equity sector myself. So private equity, naturally, you want to leverage debt to also improve your own commercial return as well. So I guess, Rajiv, I hope the panelists also in some way address your question a little bit about sort of debt financing. So at least what I'm hearing is you can always have fairly innovative structure. When investors see profits, then they try everything they can to come up with these structures. But of course, we all know this is not enough to finance or to narrow the very big gap in climate financing. So again, with your experience, and my phone just went dead on me. So with your experience in sort of blended finance and sort of more, I guess, non-traditional kind of ways, can you share with us your insight and your thoughts on those dimensions?
Yeah, sure. I mean, I'll talk to two things. One is potential innovations in blended finance, but then there are also other innovations in debt markets that we can contemplate. So on blended finance, I think the tendency of market participants is to make these deals very structuring heavy and very fragmented. And because blended finance brings together different players, a whole array of players with different risk appetites and different perspectives, putting them together in one facility is often challenging. So if I might say somewhat cynically, blended finance has been a good proposition for consultants and lawyers and intermediaries, and in terms of actual substance of what's come out of it is very little. So one thought about making blended finance work is actually to develop what you might call country platforms. So they're not deal specific, but it's a facility that permits much more scalable financing options. But designing a country platform requires active engagement of government, as well as philanthropy, as well as commercial providers of finance. Singapore have played a very interesting role, or are playing a very interesting role in thinking around this. So the MAS have created a facility that they call FAST-P. Don't ask me to explain what the acronym stands for, but essentially it is a concessional financing window from the Monetary Authority of Singapore intended to create these structures like country platforms to scale or to crowd in private capital. And so they have recently done something called transition credits in the Philippines, which is blended finance. It's using carbon credits as a way of improving the economics of the transaction to combine coal phase out with financing for a project level transition. So interesting, but still very small. And I think the direction needs to be to think bigger at the level of country platform. The second example I wanted to give you is, again, in Singapore. It's actually, it involves institutional innovation. So there are two companies. One is called Bayfront Capital, and it's related to another called Clifford Capital. Both have shareholdings from the likes of Temasek and the AIIB from Beijing. But what these platforms do is they're aggregators. So they act as a bridge between fragmented loans and capital markets. So they aggregate a whole bunch of long-term loans around the region, in Laos, Cambodia, wherever. They add a layer of credit enhancement, so there is a little bit of financial structuring involved in this, and they create a security that then, at an appropriate credit rating, can be sold down into international capital markets. So there are these kinds of platforms I think we need to explore to create the bridge between small projects in countries with local currency types of challenges and international capital markets. So there are things that we can do, but we need to really scale these efforts up.
Yep, thank you. Yeah, I think it's fair to say, we can always quote examples, interesting benchmark, best practices. But fundamental question, it still comes back ultimately, are those at scale? Do we have enough? But of course, redefining humans' destiny cannot be an easy job. It is a difficult job. So I guess, constant sharing, with an open mind, experiences from different governments, from different organizations, academia, and also private sector is very, very important. So we still have some time left. I wonder if there's any question from the floor. No questions from the floor? Okay. Well, in that case, perhaps we have each of you give us a concluding thought, just a couple of minutes. Yeah, PC.
Thank you. So I believe Hong Kong is part of the GBA. We have a very special privilege, not only as an international financial center, but also we can gain a lot of advantage from a lot of big cities and other wonderful cities around us. So we have a world-class value chain in the region, in the Greater Bay, and a lot of new innovations, a lot of very useful, have a sound business case, new ideas, new technologies, new material, and new energy transitions. So we can, in one hand, we can connect it to the international financial world, but in another hand, we can gain a lot of advantage from we have a collaboration with the other cities like Shenzhen and Guangzhou, Dongguan in the GBA areas. We can make good use of the privilege. We have special privilege in the GBA area and the world-class value chain. So I consider they should have very good potentials. And I look forward to see there is a positive growth, not only from the traditional green and sustainable finance, but also some new ideas as we have shared in these panels, focusing on the new area, new materials, and drive not only the sustainability growth, but also the real world economy growth. So thank you very much.
So let me say something a bit more general. This is a conference on GBA and ASEAN. Hong Kong obviously is located between mainland China and ASEAN, very well positioned geographically and also strategically. Rajiv and I were in India. The Indians these days like to talk a lot about whether to look more towards the east, and they are trying to think about whether they have been focusing a bit too much on the west. And for Hong Kong, I think it's time for us to think about whether we have been focusing a bit too much to the north, including China and the US in the past, and now there are lots of things that are happening in the global south. So let me give you an example without naming name. One of the leading family business owner once told me, if you come to Hong Kong before the 90s, you will be able to easily get a table of experts over lunch or dinner to talk about at least 6 of the ASEAN countries, what's going on over there politically and economically. Today is pretty challenging. And partly because the second and third generation of those rich families in the last 20 years, no particular accusation, right? I mean, it's very natural for them to look north when the Chinese economy was doing so well in the last 25 years. So now is the moment for us to diversify our talent pool and also our knowledge and expertise about the rest of the world rather than just focusing on, what happened to the north of us. So, I'm not saying that, we should not be an expert on China. This is like something that should be natural, but we should be an expert on China plus ASEAN, China plus Middle East, China plus Africa, etc.
So Jensen Huang, on one of his last visits to Hong Kong, I think he famously said he's extremely impressed with Hong Kong and GBA. And he said, nowhere else on the planet does mechatronics and AI coexist in one place in the whole world. It's GBA, right? So I think, GBA as one, but on his last trips through ASEAN, he's often said he sees many ASEAN countries as a second home for NVIDIA, right? So I think this conference is a really great example of the power of not just energy transition that GBA and ASEAN have, but also technology, right? So I'm very optimistic about GBA-ASEAN partnership. I think there are a lot of exciting things to look forward to.
So I'm going to, I 100% agree with what Professor Tang said, but I want to be even more general and perhaps, I don't know, provocative or not, but as Professor Sachs has been reminding us again and again, that the Washington consensus is long dead, right? Now we are forging a new consensus. And when we think about the future of especially energy and or non-fossil fuel based future, China is head and shoulders above the rest of the region. But what I think what GBA ASEAN framework allows us to do is to think more imaginatively about what China has to offer the region and the world. And I think that quite apart from the technologies, enterprise, entrepreneurial energy, I think one of the very important things that philosophically China can contribute to the world is to think about the collaboration between state and private. And so I believe that the Belt and Road Initiative can be recast into something more imaginative and more financial that actually helps create platforms that enable cross-border financing to happen with a little bit of state assistance. I think that will be a hugely valuable service that this partnership could serve.
All right, great, thank you. So thanks for all of the panelists sharing your very unique insight and knowledge. So let's give them big hands. All right, so thank you very much.
Thank you for the insightful and inspiring discussion. A buffet lunch is being served at the foyer. Please enjoy your meal and take this opportunity to connect with your colleagues and new acquaintances. We will reconvene at 2:15 for our next session, 2:15. The next session is about to begin. Please be seated. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. Our third session is a Global Sustainable Development Network towards 2050. This panel will highlight how networked approaches, grounded in science and shaped by local needs, accelerates progress towards a fair and sustainable future. The session is moderated by Ms. Malia Cortez Puch, Vice President of the Networks Program, SDSN. And our panelists are Dr. Luki Anderson, Dr. Jorge Tamayo, and Ms. Nantini Mananan. Please join me in welcoming our moderator and panelists. Please.
Thank you very much. I want to start by thanking our co-organizers, the University of Hong Kong and the Institute for International Affairs of Shanghai, for the phenomenal work and all the support that you've given us over the last few months and weeks to get us all here. And of course, thanks also to our other partners and sponsors. So this session is going to be about the SDSN Global Network for Sustainable Development, where I'm going to do a brief presentation just to explain our coverage, how we operate, and what are our future priorities. And then we're going to open the floor to our panelists who lead some of our networks on the ground so that you can really understand what kind of work we're doing and what kind of priorities they're pursuing. So let me see if perfect. So in 2015, the Sustainable Development Goals were adopted, and as a shared blueprint for economic prosperity, for environmental sustainability, global peace, and international cooperation. But even before the goals were even defined, there was a recognition by Professor Sachs and the leadership of the United Nations that sustainable development was not just the biggest challenge of our time, but also the most complex one, and that we would need to mobilize the brightest minds and the best institutions from around the world to really help diagnose the challenge, define it, and then also operationalize and achieve the goals. So the objective and the mandate that we received in 2012 was really to mobilize academic expertise and technical expertise from around the world in support of sustainable development. Now, some of the things that make sustainable development such a big challenge are things that universities are actually used to working with. So for example, sustainable development demands a really long-term commitment. In fact, our panel today talks about 2050, so several decades in the future, way beyond election or traditional business cycles. Sustainable development touches upon topics that span multiple disciplines, engineering and geopolitics and social justice and economics. And sustainable development compels us to work to deeply collaborate at a global level, and to do so and to protect our global commons, to think about future generations. Now, these are things that our universities typically do already. Universities embrace long-term research agendas. Universities bring together different disciplines. They train leaders of the future in knowledge, with integrity and rigor. And universities operate through international cooperation networks. So these make universities a key stakeholder to work with. Now, everywhere around the world, universities are leading in this agenda. And this is the case definitely in this region where there are so many amazing universities, and we've heard a lot of what they're already doing and how they operate this morning. We see how universities are developing new business models, new technologies, new governance frameworks, new research agendas to really granularly diagnose the challenges of their communities. So this is what we've been set to do. And since 2012, when we first launched our first network, SDSN now mobilizes more than 2,000 member institutions around the world, covering about 160 different countries. Now, these are not just universities. We also have research institutions, some think tanks, some knowledge-producing NGOs. And so you can see our coverage here. So we almost cover the whole world, and our objective is to do so very soon. But what I want to say is that we don't operate as a traditional network of universities just focusing on campus operations or providing services to universities. Instead, what we're creating is really an ecosystem of collaboration to really bring universities to work with their governments at every level of government, with the private sector and civil society, and to resolve local challenges. And at the same time, SDSN doesn't operate like a regular think tank that produces reports or frameworks. The modeling infrastructure, the data capabilities, the frameworks that we are producing are all enriched by the experts of our massive network, and then they are used by our networks to work with their governments in the light of this data or using this modeling infrastructure. So we're really closing the circle in our work. Now, I'll very briefly explain how we work, just because we're thinking about, as it was discussed this morning, setting up a Great Bay network. I think one of the things that make our networks a stable model is that we have a bottom-up governance approach, that we have local ownership and scientific rigor. Our networks are typically presided by a chair who is an eminent figure on sustainable development, the president of a university, a former minister or mayor, a very well-known academic in the region, with a team of people who work with him or her, and guided by a leadership council that brings together individuals from academia, from civil society, from the private sector, and local organizations. And this provides the stability to become a long-term partner, regardless of government or economic changes that the country may experiment. Now, we typically say that our networks focus on these three pillars: the localized sustainable development and the SDGs, and this ranges from really thinking about what data do we need to understand our local challenges, all the way to helping government design a strategy for sustainable development. Our networks also define both educational and research agendas connected to sustainable development. And finally, they vet and launch solution initiatives, including long-term pathways for sustainable development. I'm not going to read all of these, but I just wanted to show a snapshot of some of the work that our networks do. So if we think about the localization, for example, I could talk about Malaysia, who developed this state-level SDG dashboard that helped the Ministry of Planning to orient national policy making. Or when we're talking about the research and education agendas, SDSN Germany was asked by the government to launch this science platform sustainability precisely to promote SDG-related research. Or, oh, shame, I hope this can be solved. Yes, good. When we talk about solutions, SDSN Benin, and we have our colleague from Benin around here today, has partnered with the Transformation Lab that Guillaume Lafortune, our Vice President, leads, as well as the Ministry of Economic and Finance to support their pioneering 500 million euro SDG-related bond by developing reports that really track progress towards the achievement of the goals. Now, the priorities in the coming year are we want to continue to expand the network to cover 193 UN member states. We want to strengthen networks in priority regions, and here we're talking about regions where universities operate under more constrained conditions, so we want to invest in creating the capacity and the local ownership of these networks. And we want to deepen the collaboration across networks. And in fact, after the event here, we're all going to be going to Kuala Lumpur, where we'll have a workshop, and our network leaders will be talking about sustainable cities, education programs, youth empowerment, and many other topics. And I would like to ask our colleagues from the network to raise their hands, so just so that you see how many, besides our colleague up here, how many of them are around. So we have people coming from the Andes, from Canada, from Northern Europe, Mexico, from many places in Europe, in Asia too, and then of course our colleagues here sitting down with me. I don't know if I have many more. That's it. So let me conclude by saying, if you are part of a university that is not a member of SDSN, come talk to us after and we'll make sure to show you how to apply. But we, as I said, we are creating this ecosystem of collaboration. We want to really generate a sort of infrastructure of collaboration and of sustainable development. So if you're part of a foundation, of a private sector institution or civil society, we have many ways to partner with you too. We can, this is a massive network that has experts on very niche topics in almost every region in the world. If you're visiting a region within a country somewhere else than in Asia and you want to meet policymakers or university leaders, we can do that. And we're also a very thirsty network for knowledge. So if you are producing tools and frameworks that you want people in the world to learn about, our network is very keen on learning about that too. So I'll stop here, and I'm going to open up the panel. And I'm going to start by asking each of our panelists to introduce themselves and their network, and just tell us a little bit about what their network key priorities are. So Luki, can I start with you?
Of course. Thank you, Maria. I'm Luki Anderson. I'm the head of the Bolivia SDSN office. And obviously I don't look very Bolivian. I grew up in Denmark. And Denmark, if you have read some of Jeffrey Sachs's flagship publications, is one of the highest or countries closest to reaching the development goals. It's also one of the happiest countries in the world. But I'm a development economist, and for development economists, it's a boring country. So 27 years ago, I moved to Bolivia, which has plenty of challenges. And 7 years ago, I started the SDSN office in Bolivia. And one of the first things we did was a diagnostic about how each of the municipalities in Bolivia was doing in each of the many dimensions of sustainable development. And we found that there was as much variation within Bolivia as between all the countries in the world. And it's obviously very important to take into account that heterogeneity when you want to do policy and solutions. So that was our starting point.
Wonderful. Jorge, I'll let you introduce yourself and your network.
Press here. I think it's working. Good afternoon, everyone. Let me just start with a quick introduction, some words about myself. I have a background in law and political science with a specialization in business law and environmental law. Before working at SDSN Switzerland, I used to work at the government, private sector, and in philanthropy, mainly on topics like contractual law, environment, food systems, procurement. And I live in Zurich with my family, and I'm the proud father of 2 boys, Jonas and Jacob. We at SDSN Switzerland, we are a team of 8, including myself and my co-director, Carol, and we work together in our pillars, our focus topics with our more than 50 members and partners. And our offices are in Bern, the capital city. I'm with SDSN Switzerland almost 9 years, since the beginning of our operations, and I still remember our kick-off meeting when we discussed the strategic priorities of our work. And then we decided to start working on sustainable finance, sustainable consumption and production, and raising awareness for the SDGs. While Switzerland at that point was quite active on these topics, we saw a lot of room for improvement. And that's why we started this way. That's how our journey began. 5 years ago, we decided to launch a new strategy, and we decided to analyze the interlinkages of the SDGs. And we launched a publication in this regard. One conclusion was undeniable. Food systems are related to most of the SDGs, most of the topics: health, biodiversity, soil, climate, inequalities, and more. And that's why we decided to start our work on this topic. I'm going to elaborate more later in our discussion. We realize as well that meaningful transformation requires political will. So we made knowledge transfer our second focus area. We decided to found a parliamentary group, a cross-party parliamentary group on the SDGs. In this group, we have a board with 5 co-chairs, each co-chair from one of the major political parties in Switzerland. And we meet regularly to discuss, to review the parliamentary agenda, and to identify key topics for our discussions. So we organize informal lunches, we select experts for these discussions, and we provide a safe space. So actually, that is our role, to curate these sessions, finding the right place, the right experts, and creating a trusted environment. This helps bridge the gap between policy and science, leading to more informed decisions. And last year, we decided with our members to start two new areas: living spaces. Living spaces encompasses 5 topics: biodiversity, water management, spatial development, sustainable construction, and sufficiency, meaning sufficiency, the conscious reduction of our material and energetic needs. And the second topic that we started is regenerative economy. There we are developing tools to help companies transition to more sustainable business models, and in this way accelerate the shift toward a regenerative future. Well, that was a quick overview of our work and our journey so far.
Thank you so much, and we'll have time to go in more into depth. You talked about this link between policy and science, which is so crucial for our networks. Nantini, please go ahead.
Hello, my name is Nantini Malanon. I'm a network manager of SDSN Thailand, and I'm also serving as a deputy director of the Center for SDG Research and Support at Thammasat University, based in Bangkok, Thailand. Our SDSN Thailand was established in 2020, so we are quite new compared to my colleagues' network. We have now 23 university member and institution. We have priorities, we call it thematic priorities that we are working now. Number 1 is a sustainable food and agriculture, which is very important, like you said. It's connected to several SDGs. The second one is education for sustainable development, ESD. The third one is a just energy transition. And the last one is biodiversity loss and ecosystem. these are the thematic priorities for the SDSN Thailand. My role, I'm leading initiatives that strengthen the partnership, research, and civic engagement to advance the SDGs nationally and regionally. And my works also include designing and directing SDG programs, trainings, and dialogues that connect policymakers, university, and communities to co-create the sustainable solutions.
Thank you very much. So, Luki, let's pick up what you were mentioning about the municipality ad index. So we are trying to reach sustainable development in a world that is increasingly urban. About half of the population already lives in cities, and this is projected to grow much more. Being in such a wonderful city as we are today, it's very clear that cities are centers of innovation and economic growth, but also potentially of environmental degradation and inequality and so. And you said yourself that even within Bolivia, there's such a stark difference between one city and the next. Obviously, having access to rigorous and granular data is at the core of making right diagnostics of what we need to do. So could you explain a bit more how this process was, how was that atlas, how is it used, and then what was the follow-up thereafter?
Yeah, when we started this project, everybody in Bolivia said, it's impossible. There are no subnational data, and the ones that are there is not reliable. So, yeah, there were not high expectations when we started. But I was actually very, very surprised about the collaboration from the government and all the data we could find in the different ministries and creative use of spatial data and stuff. We managed to create more than 100 indicators covering almost all the SDGs. And our priorities was to be as transparent as possible, because we didn't want to risk that people said that this was a political thing, so strictly apolitical and transparent, and focus on quality. We had a very diverse team from the government, from the opposition, from different parts of the country, from different disciplines, review all the indicators, trying to see if there was anything that looked off, because if there's even one little problem with such a database and such an atlas, they can discard the whole thing as not reliable. So we were really focused on quality, transparency, and we wanted to make everything available because it was a lot of work to put all this together, but we wanted to make it available to everybody for free in many different formats. So the whole database, a website to visualize in many different ways to compare and contrast, and it was very well received in Bolivia. We initially thought it was mainly for the smaller municipalities that didn't have their own statistical departments, but everybody has been using it, even the biggest and most prosperous municipality, even the National Statistical Institute. They don't have municipal level data, so they used ours. So, and it gave us a lot of respect, really, to share all this information, important information, with everybody. So, and because of that, we have gotten so many invitations. Well, one of the things that stood out to us from the results was that the municipalities that had the highest rankings in the SDG index had important tourism activities. So we thought that, there seems to be some positive feedback between sustainable development and tourism. And we made a research proposal to investigate if tourism could become a motor of sustainable development for Bolivia. And we found that yes,
and then, since then, we have worked a lot in tourism, and my job has become even more exciting in Bolivia. But it can be used in so many different ways, and just this sharing high quality, transparent, apolitical information has been a really good strategy for us.
Thank you very much. This type of dashboards and municipal indices have then been replicated by several of our networks around the world. Jorge, you mentioned yourself how much SDG 2, our food production systems, are connected with some of the biggest challenges that we face. And in fact, in our Sustainable Development Report, this is very clearly it shows that it's one of the goals where we are more off track, no? Ending hunger through healthy and sustainable diets is tremendously complex. And we also know, and the UN has made a number of reflections about this, that access to knowledge is critical to enable citizens to act. And so several of our networks have launched what we call the citizen assemblies to bring academic knowledge in a facilitated and humble way to citizens. But the SDSN Switzerland has gone a step forward, creating a whole platform, not just with citizens, but also policymakers and other actors. So please, could you tell us a bit more about this?
Yeah, of course. It was interesting because for us was, when we identified food systems as a focus priority, for us was important to create a whole process, not only with the Citizens Assembly. We thought it's important to give the scientific approach as well a voice, and we founded this expert panel, and the expert panel and the Citizens Assembly were part of a 3 processes project. So the Citizens Assembly, the expert panel, and the first National Summit on Food Systems. Let me start with the Citizens Assembly. When we were having the conversations with the experts of our network, something became clear for us. Switzerland lacks a national vision and an action plan for the future of food. And this is quite alarming, because almost half of our environmental footprint comes from our food systems. And we knew already that for the government, food systems are a key topic for achieving the SDGs, but we realized something was missing, and that was the voice of the people. That's why we decided to start this Citizens Assembly. We gathered 85 randomly selected living in Switzerland individuals for this Citizens Assembly. When we designed this group, we wanted to be sure that this group was a representation of the diversity of Switzerland, meaning not only the 4 regions, the Italian part, the German part, the French part, and the Swiss Romansh, all as well gender, age, political views, educational level, and if they were coming from urban or rural areas. They got the task in an open and inclusive format to work on one question: what should a sustainable food policy in Switzerland look like by 2030? They received a scientific overview, and they heard representatives from several stakeholder groups. And we gave them a space in order to exchange views, to weigh perspectives, and to form their own opinions, positions. And the heart of this process was 10 working groups working on 5 key topics: production, consumption, environment, health, and social issues. And 5 topics because we wanted 2 groups, at least 2 groups working on one of these topics to ensure diversity of perspectives. The result were recommendations that were presented to the Assembly and voted. The result of the whole process was a catalog of measures that were handed out to decision makers of the administration and politics at the summit. In a parallel process, we were having conversations with researchers, experts, and they told us, we know already what's need to be done. And that's interesting because today in the morning we heard the same thing from Mr. Tsao mentioned that we know already what needs to be done. What we need is a strong, unified voice of the scientific community identifying the levers that we have to pull in order to turn knowledge into action. So we brought together more than 40 renowned professors, researchers, experts from the leading academic institutions in Switzerland to work on a synthesis of the current state of knowledge. And what they have done is really pioneering work, even if we compare it with international standards. They map out the most powerful and meaningful levers and political pathways for a sustainability-driven transformation of the whole, the entire food systems in Switzerland, from farm to fork. And the results of this process were as well presented at the summit. So we have these 2 parallel processes, and the results of both processes, they presented at the National Summit. Interesting to mention is that although they were independent processes, the scientists and the citizens, they agree in a lot of topics. So they had the same recommendations, and that was important because that gave perspective and strength to the measures that the citizens thought. Yeah, that's in a nutshell. We have this summit, and then we present the results of both processes. The federal chancellor come, and he delivered a keynote and received the results of these both processes. And now what we are doing is working on the recommendations of this scientific panel. We are concentrating now in 3 of these topics: food waste, the education of cooks and farmers, and institutional catering.
Fantastic, and so interesting indeed that there's so much that we already know that we need to do, but really this sort of ecosystem approach where you bring together different sectors and blocks some of the barriers that impede us to do those things. Nantini, I have mentioned, and this morning it was mentioned also, how universities have a fundamental role to play in the transition towards sustainable development. But we also know that not all universities are at the level of being able to support this transition. In fact, some of the institutional bureaucracy, the siloed approach, or some of the incentive schemes go against a rapid and a transformational approach by universities. SDSN Thailand has launched a very innovative body of work around these reimagining universities, I believe is the name, with a number of approaches that we would love to hear from.
Thank you, Maria. When I got a chance to be invited to share this kind of topic here, so it's a good opportunity for me to work with myself and try to systemize how I explain this kind of system that we work to support university in Thailand. I think the simple way is that we believe that universities are uniquely positioned to drive sustainable development, not only about teaching or researching, but also by convening, empowering, and informing society. So higher education institutions are home to diverse and knowledgeable and skilled human resources, and they are hubs of knowledge and research and innovation. So they have the capacity to mobilize expertise and ideas that can meaningfully serve society and address the national development challenges. And for Thailand, this potential is significant, very significant. University can move beyond traditional academic roles and become key partners in advancing sustainable development, working hand in hand with the government and the private sector, civil society, and the local community as well. So to support this kind of vision, we are building an ecosystem that integrate learning and capacity development and data-driven insights, enabling institutions to involve as leaders, innovators, and catalysts for societal transformation. At the core of our work are three mutually reinforcing pillars that help university shift from campus-focused functions toward becoming more the drivers of sustainable development, innovation, and the systematic impact. So let me walk you through these three pillars. The first pillar is the community of practice. This pillar focuses on breaking silos and enabling university to learn from one another and share successful practices and co-create the solution. We established a peer learning platform where universities can exchange experiences and innovations in sustainability, discuss challenges openly, and learn collectively, and engage with institutions recognized for SDG leadership, connect with national and global SDG network through the SDSN. So to institutionalize this kind of learning culture, we launched the SDSN Thailand Public Forum. Now it's a flagship annual event for the convening. And through this forum, universities are not only learning from each other, but also engaging the government agencies, private sector, civil society, and international organizations so that they can align the national and regional directions toward the sustainable development. This is the first pillar, the community of practice. While collaboration is a key, but collaboration alone is not enough. We consider that, and we also need people who have the ability and vision to lead the change within the university as well. So the second pillar that we are working on is the empowerment and capacity building. So this pillar centers on the people, strengthening the knowledge, skill, and the leadership capability of those who drive the sustainability inside university. We design structured SDG trainings for university executive, for faculty, researchers, administrators, and students. So this program covers something like SDG-aligned pedagogy and the education for sustainable development, transdisciplinary research, and to tackle the real-world challenges, and the practical tools for institutional life and community engagement. And a highlight initiative under this pillar is our University Sustainability Study Tour, which is now we can carry on for the third consecutive year. And through partnership with the SDSN network, including leading university in Malaysia, Hong Kong, and Japan, we offer senior university leaderships to be immersive, the hands-on learning experiences, and direct exposure to global sustainability practices, and dialogue with the expert, campus leaders, and innovators in other universities. So this study tour has inspired Thai university leaders, such as president or the vice president, to envision and implement their own sustainability strategies, making it a catalyst for the long-term institutional transformation. This is the second pillar for the empowerment and the capacity building. However, transformation also requires system. We recognize that, and system to generate the knowledge and measure results and inform decision makings. So for that reason, here comes the third pillar is the knowledge infrastructure. And this third pillar focuses on building a data-driven and evidence-based university ecosystem. We support university with SDG knowledge products such as case study and successful sustainability initiatives, policy briefs and research insights, knowledge reports for leadership and policy makers. We also support them with tools and systems for SDG planning, such as strategic planning frameworks, community engagement toolkits, or models for embedding sustainability across the university system. Lastly, we also try to translate the global knowledge into our own local context. For example, localizing global best practices into Thai version, and developing guides and manuals, reference toolkits, creating channels to continuous knowledge exchange. So through these three pillars and this infrastructure, university can measure progress, demonstrate impact, and guide strategic decision internally and externally. The last part that I want to mention is that now how do these three pillars connect to Thailand's broader development landscape? By strengthening internal capacity, building communities of practice, and establishing the strong evidence system, university develop the competency that need to support transformation beyond their campuses. And this evolution aligns perfectly with current Thailand Science Research and Innovation, or SRI ecosystem, which position knowledge and innovation as engines for the national development through collaboration among the government, private sector, academia, civil society, and the local community. So over the past 4 years, SDSN Thailand and the SDG Move, my host institution, have played an active role in Thailand SRI system. As a key partner to the Thailand Science Research and Innovation Office, we apply the SDG framework to help produce Thailand area-based challenges report and provided policy recommendation to enhance the contributions of science, knowledge, and innovation to sustainable development. And more recently, we advanced this collaboration by proposing local level SRI model, one that places university at the center as the connectors, conveners, and the knowledge hubs. So we mobilize SDSN Thailand members to join this effort as well, demonstrating how academic institutions can bridge community needs, research capability, innovation system, and local policy. So through this approach, university transitioned from being implementer of SDG on campus to becoming the architects of the regional sustainable development.
Thank you very much, Nantini. And I didn't mention in my presentation that we think that this work with the leadership of universities is fundamental because they are able to change the institution itself. And in fact, SDSN hosts every 2 years meetings of presidents of universities. And the last year we did this by region, and we had over 200 presidents of universities in Africa, in Europe, in Asia, and the Americas to stay with us for 3 hours and really discuss what are some of the challenges of their region, how universities can play a role in addressing them, and how universities themselves as institutions need to also transition to be fit for the purpose of sustainable development. I think we have about 10-15 minutes more. Very sadly, our colleague from SDSN Great Lakes from Rwanda has not been able to come because she fell ill just the day before her flight. We have a video from her, but perhaps we can leave this to the very end, and maybe just for the next 5 to 7 minutes, I would like to ask you, the three of you, your opinion on this networked approach. So why is it important to work in this sort of ecosystem mode? What makes that different, and how is it important specifically for sustainable development challenges? Luki, do you want to start?
Yeah, well, obviously the challenges of sustainable development are huge. And you really need to bring together a lot of different skills and approaches, and having a network of thousands of institutions, but all working in the same directions, is really useful. Obviously, we don't work with everybody all the time, but you always, through events like these and others that create this opportunity to get together, good ideas match up and produce solutions. This is very important. And in SDSN Bolivia, we've been lucky to get these amazing inputs from some of the other networks that were really key to putting things forward. So yeah, alone it's just not impossible, but with like-minded institutions that all work in the same directions, with the same constructive approach and a mindset of collaboration and abundance, it's amazing what can be done.
I totally agree with you. When I think about SDSN, I think about collective intelligence. I think about cooperative action. I think about learning from each other. I think about the possibility to scale, to share successful practices and projects. And I think that something sui generis, something special in this network is that this framework, the SDGs, they give us certain neutrality. And this neutrality gave us as well legitimacy to approach various stakeholders, to have this multi-stakeholder approach, to work with politics, to work with the private sector, to work with the civil society. And this is very valuable in order to achieve the SDGs.
I just want to add one thing. I think that the network multiplies impact. That's very clear, and it helps us from isolated initiative into the more impactful, like in the system level change. So that's why we need collaboration. We need experts from different fields to work together.
Wonderful. I don't know if you have any other thoughts that you want to share before we move on to the video from Francois. I think you have very eloquently spoken about, and this morning this was already discussed, how sustainable development isn't a linear challenge. It's not something that we can resolve within one discipline. It's not something that one country can address by itself, because the repercussions of what one country does clearly affects others. And so the model that we're establishing is really to create a sort of institutional infrastructure. And this is the network, it's the ecosystem, where instead of having one project, we have portfolios of projects that are learning from each other, where we are doing this thing that you mentioned, Jorge, the identification of levers. So sometimes we don't need a drastic change to really catalyze action. It's just about identifying how to bring a few people together and press that one button. So I think you very eloquently discussed that. If there's nothing else from our panelists, I propose that we put on the video from Francois. I think the team can perhaps load it up. Yes? Super.
Participants, greetings from SDSN Great Lakes. I'm Francoise Kaitaretengera. I'm the chair of SDSN Great Lakes, which is hosted by the University of Rwanda. SDSN Great Lakes collaborates with 12 countries, including Angola, Burundi, Central African Republic, Congo, Democratic Republic of Congo, Kenya, Uganda, Rwanda, South Sudan, Sudan, Tanzania, and Zambia. The solution we are implementing is about sustainable cooling and cold chain. Why? Because of a number of significant challenges. Number one, global food demand is set to grow by 50% by 2050. Migration of population to cities will require efficient logistics and transport of food from farms to urban areas. There is a change in diet from high carbon to healthier diets, mainly fruits and vegetables, which are highly perishable in the absence of proper cold chains. At the same time, global warming is impacting not only food production, but also human comfort and health, where again cooling is the only way to adapt to these climate shocks such as heat wave. Lack of effective refrigeration results in the loss of 526 million tons of food produced. That is 12% of total global production, which is enough to feed 1.1 billion people, whilst impacting the income of farmers. 4% of global greenhouse gases emissions are caused by cold chains and lost food. Almost 50% of fruits and vegetables are lost, mainly due to improper cold chains. In sub-Saharan Africa, about 37% of all food is lost between production and consumption. According to WHO, almost 1 in 10 people contract foodborne diseases every year. This leads to 420,000 deaths, including 125,000 children under 5 years old, with the African and Southeast Asia countries having the highest burden. 20% of vaccines reach their destination with degraded efficacy, mainly due to failures within the cold chains. So when we talk about these issues, for the country like Rwanda, 73% of the total workforce in Rwanda are employed in agriculture sector. When we talk about their contribution, they contribute 24% of our GDP. So you would understand the impact and essence of addressing the issues around food loss. 2/3 of farmers do not have access to grid energy. So what are the solutions we are trying to provide with all these problems I have highlighted? There is a need to simultaneously use cold chain that is climate friendly and use it effectively to reduce food losses and waste through providing long-term sustainable, realistic, and practical solutions that are easier for farmers to implement, ensuring food reach distant hubs in an efficient manner that minimizes the losses, ensure food reach distant hubs when it is safe, but also capable and easy for human consumption. We have to mitigate emissions from technologies used in cold chains. That is the reason why we focus on sustainable cold chain. We have to improve knowledge, skills, but also demonstrate the benefit of using sustainable cold chains. It's all about increasing farmers' income through use of sustainable cold chains business models. We have to reduce reliance on fossil fuels in powering cold chains and integrating renewable energy. All these solutions are integrated, but also address almost every SDG. When we talk about expand market access for smallhold farmers and fishers by preserving product quality, therefore we increase their income. When we turn post-harvest losses into nutritiously available food, that's one of the ways to end hunger. When we maintain vaccines and medicine products in a proper way and keep also perishable foods safe, we reduce significantly foodborne illnesses. When we enable women in rural areas and farmers and traders to store their food and transport it and sell it when it is in a proper condition and avoid perishable goods, definitely they will translate into profitable, but also women will reduce the time they spend on food food preservation. That's one of the ways to address the gender equality issues. Of course, we'll be addressing affordable and clean energy through different climate solutions. There is a lot of decent work that can be created through companies that implement these solutions. Industry will spur investments in cold chain logistics, the use of Internet of Things, monitoring, but also climate-friendly refrigeration systems, all are integrated in this solution. When we talk about reduced inequalities, providing remote and low-income communities with equal access to food and medicine, that is one of the best ways to reduce inequalities. So lastly, when we implement this solution, everyone is on board. Government is on board. We work closely with the Ministry of Environment. Communities are on board, cooperatives, private sector, development partners. So there is quite a lot of partnership around this. So let's collaborate, let's address all these challenges. More importantly, collaborate and work together so that we can make this a reality, scale up the solutions across Africa, but also in different Asian countries where needed. Thank you so much.
Well, I'm really happy that we had Francois, even if just over video. I hope this panel has given you a rich perspective of what our networks do. As you can see from this last solution, really each of the examples has a really systemic approach to the challenge and bringing in together different components, not just different disciplines, but different sectors. So the government, the private sector, working with the universities on these local challenges. I hope once again that this gives a clearer picture of what we're trying to do, but more importantly also an incentive or an attractive perspective so that when we do set up the Great Bay Network, you want to be a part of it, you want to collaborate with us in the coming months and years. Nothing else from my side. Thank you very much, and I wish a very productive rest of the meeting. Thank you.
Thank you for your valuable contributions and for sharing your expertise. We will now take a tea break. Refreshments are served outside the hall, and our panel 4 session will begin at 3:45. Thank you. The next session is about to begin. Please be seated. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. Our final panel today is entitled Human Capital as the Engine for Economic Growth, Sustainability, Peace, and Cross-National Collaboration. This session features top academic leaders sharing perspectives on the role of higher education in driving economic collaboration and cultural exchange between ASEAN and the Greater Bay Area. We will explore human capital investment, innovation, scientific discovery, workforce development, and academic programming. The session is moderated by Professor Kenneth Wong, Director of the School of Governance and Policy, the University of Hong Kong. Our distinguished panelists are Professor James Tang, Professor Richard Wong, Professor Yike Guo, Professor Xuan Vinvo, and Professor Sun Sun Lim. Please.
Good afternoon. Welcome, everybody. I'm very pleased to see all of you here. It's a long day, and I know that we're in competition of fresh air outside, and I'm very delighted that you are still here with us because this is a very, very important topic and critically important as far as our partnership, GBA, ASEAN Sustainability and Growth Partnership is concerned. I think we are really talking about a critical engine of activities and actions. And if we want to realize SDGs, 16 goals in the GBA and ASEAN area, I think higher education sector has to play a critical and constructive and sustaining role. And today, I'm very pleased to moderate this panel with very distinguished academic leaders here. And I recall that 60 years ago, Nobel laureates in economics, Ted Shields and Gary Becker, did some groundbreaking research and really demonstrated a positive connection between human capital investment and economic growth and economic returns. And subsequently, there are a lot of studies conducted by economists, sociologists, policy analysts, and other disciplinary scholars that demonstrated that human capital investment and healthcare investment have contributed to quality of life, poverty reduction, human creativity, and technological innovation and economic growth, and social justice. And so I think today the question before us is to ask ourselves, how can we in the higher education sector be a part of this important movement for sustainability and economic growth and equity in the region? And more specifically today, in the context of global uncertainty and a broad polarization around the globe, the question is how can higher education be a positive force, an enabling force, so that we could contribute to a more meaningful, sustaining partnership in GBA and ASEAN. So the first question, I'm going to go around with 2 or 3 questions, and each of our panelists will have about 4 or 5 minutes to react to each of the questions. And the first question has to do with this vision of your institution and perhaps your own work, and how would they contribute to a more connected GBA and ASEAN partnership going forward. So maybe we'll start off with Professor Tang and then Professor Wong, and then go that way. Each one of you have about 4 or 5 minutes, and then we'll go to the second round of questions.
All right. Thank you, candidate. Indeed, I admire your stamina in staying until the very end for this particular session. And the question you raised, Kennedy, I think is really a very critical issue for us, how higher education could contribute to deal with some of the major global challenges. I'm thinking in the context of global political economic changes. Before I took up my current role as a government official, I was with the university, and my field is international relations. And as I look at all the changes taking place, the world order turned upside down. And I'm thinking, actually, even for higher education, we are also seeing tremendous changes. We can see that the rise of Asian universities, the changing pattern of where students are moving, where research activities are taking place. I was at an international higher education forum in the UK a few months ago, and everyone there was worried about financial deficit, problems, departments closing down. And the message at that time was, I'm not coming to the UK to steal your students. We are hoping to collaborate more with you. So there is the kind of changes taking place is really quite significant. Now, what would be our role in shaping that and in navigating this very new, rapid, evolving landscape? Now, maybe I'll start by also saying a few words about the University Grants Committee, where I worked. For those of you who are less familiar about this particular organization, the UGC is set up by the government, appointing university leaders from around the world and Hong Kong, as well as business and community leaders to advise the government on strategic development of higher education and funding allocation for our 8 public universities. Now, what we do and what we hope we manage to do in helping or addressing the question that you just raised, obviously, the most important thing is resources. We are, in a way, the funding organization for our universities. So our universities, I think, have done extremely well in this context of changes in the higher education landscape globally, how Asian institutions becoming more important, striving for excellence and doing much, much better and attracting more students to stay in the region. In the past, I think some of our best and brightest would go west, whereas now, increasingly more of them are staying in the region. And then we're attracting some from other parts of the world to come to Hong Kong. So for us, the important thing is to ensure the stability of our funding support, long-term commitment to financial sustainability for our outstanding institutions. In addition to that, we do provide specific funding to encourage our universities to move towards particular directions. Not that we are dictating what the universities are doing, but there are areas that we think the universities might like to focus on a bit more, given the changes in the world around us. And one area, of course, is the next phase of Hong Kong's higher education internationalization. Now, you mentioned the GBA, you mentioned ASEAN. These are actually 2 pretty critical areas for Hong Kong. So we want to maintain our existing global network with North America, with Europe, but at the same time, I think we want to step up, partly driven by circumstances now that other Asian countries are becoming far more important for us. We want to attract more students from different parts of the region to come to Hong Kong. So we are putting more resources. We're supporting the universities to do more, setting up various other collaborative initiatives with other Asian countries, for example. And at the same time, we are also encouraging more research collaboration. So for us, this is important to encourage and help our universities to further develop their links and partnerships with ASEAN countries. Now, the GBA is another important core of what we hope our universities could focus on. Actually, our universities have already been doing a lot. Given their campuses in the GBA, we support university alliances with Chinese mainland institutions. So for us, this is also a very critical part of the identity of our universities. We are located in Hong Kong. We anchored within the Greater Bay Area, the broader national context of China, but also linked globally through our activities and research and network. So what we do at the UGC really is to promote and support such efforts and identify some of these trends and see how we could work together with all our universities to achieve those goals. So thank you, Kennedy.
Great, thank you.
Thank you, Kenneth. Ladies and gentlemen, what I would like to talk a bit about is about the university I'm associated with, the University of Hong Kong, and try to relate this to the larger theme of GBA-ASEAN and human capital and economic development. By training, I am an economist, and my field is human capital. So I feel I should be able to say a few things about this topic, but let me start off with Hong Kong University. Hong Kong University was founded in 1911, which is a relatively old university by Asian standards. But before that, Hong Kong University, we had what is called the Hong Kong Western Medical College that became a faculty of the University of Hong Kong, and that is in 1887. So if you really want to say, we could actually go all the way back to 1887. I mention that because in 1894, there was a major outbreak of pandemic, which is the plague. And two bacteriologists, one from France and one from Japan, came to Hong Kong to study that bacteria. That is the Great Plague. This was the third worldwide pandemic of the plague. The first started in Europe a long time ago. It's called the Black Death. Wiped out, half the population, as far as we know, by rough estimation. The team, unfortunately, the French bacteriologist get to name the bacteria he identified. And since we've been able to treat the plague. He got it not because the Japanese bacteriologist didn't get it, but he just got it a little bit earlier. And he had the help of two medical students from the University of Hong Kong, which was at that time called the Hong Kong Medical College. This is an illustration of a global collaboration that happened in Hong Kong by chance on an occasion, and a major threat to human life around the world was treated, discovered, and analyzed, and the disease basically ended. I mention this because not too long ago we lived through a pandemic. The value of international collaboration, of human capital, of experts, and with on-the-ground support is incredibly important. And that could take place because the world was an open place and people travel, move around, exchange ideas, solve problems, work together. It just happened that it took place in Hong Kong, and at that time, Hong Kong U was about to be born, and the medical college was one of the important pioneers at that time. The University of Hong Kong, founded in 1911, was at that time the only university in the British Empire, in Asia, and in Africa. Therefore, the University of Hong Kong was founded not only to take in students from Hong Kong, but students from China and students from all over the British Empire, from Africa to all of Asia. If you don't believe it, you need to go to Hong Kong U and look at the names of the King Edward scholars from 1911 until 1997. The names would carry names like Khan, presumably now from Pakistan. At that time, Pakistan did not exist. Singh from India, and there were many Tans from Southeast Asia, obviously. That is the ASEAN area, and of course, many from the mainland. So the University of Hong Kong, and it's not particularly the University of Hong Kong, but Hong Kong itself has always been a place where many scholars from all over Asia had come to study. And Hong Kong is very fortunate because it was the first university that was founded within the British Empire, and therefore it had the experience, a long history of being host to many international students. Many of them became movers and shakers in the world for the rest of the century. For many years, the University of Hong Kong became local. This is after 1945. At the end of World War II, geopolitical considerations, basically the British Empire in Asia evaporated, and all the colonies became independent. So Hong Kong had no particular role in the British Empire in Asia because British Empire evaporated. China dropped the bamboo curtain after 1949, so our connectivity, even with the mainland, ended. Then Hong Kong became a totally local university. It was very fortunate we had the University of Grants Committee to support Hong Kong U and also the other university in Hong Kong, so higher education was supported, maintained, and strengthened. But the turning inwards was a period of history largely in the 1950s, 1960s, and the 1970s for about 30 odd years. Then with the opening of China in 1978, more students from the mainland came to Hong Kong, and more students came to Hong Kong also because of hyper-globalization that took place in the world. So, and why is that significant? It is, of all the things in a university education, how can you take in students from outside your own area? Well, you must have education delivered in a language that students from different parts of the world can come and still learn effectively, and that is the English language. That makes Hong Kong, and to the same degree, Singapore, a very unique place in Asia, because these are the very few places, other than perhaps some now in Saudi Arabia, where education is delivered in English, and that allows us to regain, shall we say, the opportunity to serve a much larger population way beyond the city. And therefore, for all kinds of fortunate and unfortunate events in history, we were fortunately a British colony and not a French one or a Dutch one, right? So that had a huge impact. Right? Well, this is not to glorify colonial history, but this is definitely accidents of history that had positive consequences for a future role, not only in higher education, but in developing contributions related to knowledge, to innovation, to ideas, and to peacemaking among nations, because we can have a common language, not only to communicate, but to study together and to grow up together. And I think, whereas Hong Kong and Hong Kong University played an important role in those areas that I've mentioned before World War II, it is only in the more recent 2 or 3 decades that we will be playing a role again in Asia and hopefully beyond Asia. Obviously, the most natural place for Hong Kong to become a source of students historically before World War II was, of course, the mainland of China, the ASEAN countries. At that time, it was not called ASEAN, but Southeast Asia and South Asia. That has always been the source. And I think we will now in Hong Kong, together with all the other universities, and I think also with universities in Singapore, regain that role. And I think it would be very desirable if the universities in Singapore, in ASEAN countries, and universities in Hong Kong were to have greater collaboration. Because actually, if we look at into the future, Asia is likely to be a very important area of rapid economic growth. North America remains an area of growth. Europe has been stagnant for at least 2 decades now. But Asia is rising at a faster rate than the rest of the world as a whole. And with that, there will be huge need for enhancing human capital investment. And not many cities or nations can perform that role in an international setting. And I think it is unique and desirable that this international setting will not only drive economic growth, but can be also a promoter, a facilitator for collaboration across national borders, so that we can sow the seeds of a more peaceful coexistence with shared prosperity. And I think in that, I hope there will be a lot more room and a lot of work for Hong Kong and ASEAN countries to collaborate, because these 2 regions, the GBA and ASEAN, have universities that have not only made an important contribution in the past, but continues to do so to world prosperity and peace, and also to have education conducted in a language that will be open to all. Thank you very much.
Right. I'm Ike Go. I come from HKST. I think after Professor Wang, I found we are pretty symmetric. They are the oldest universities in Hong Kong. We're the youngest. And they are the first universities in Asia built for British Empire. We're probably the last one. And we built in 1991, and only 35 years. And they start with the medical school. And we are just applying our medical school. And hopefully we can get it. And so it's a lot of symmetric things. And the university, HKST, is built with the internationalization in mind. It was the first research-focused, research-oriented university in Hong Kong. And then they're built by a group of scholars from the United States, right? And they come to Hong Kong under the Hong Kong government at that time, the planning, and they build brand new universities in the Clearwater Bay. Next year, we'll be celebrating our 35 years anniversary. And we always revisited this 35 years journey, right? And we feel quite lucky because that 35 years, right, China is in a rapid growth, and we obviously share the benefits a lot. But also, very important thing is we always tell ourselves, right, when China becomes world's second largest economy, on the way to be the largest one, China must have its own international universities. As Professor Wang pointed out rightly, those universities will first come from Hong Kong for very simple reason, because our teaching language, working language is the English. It will take a little while for Tsinghua to switch. And for that reason, so we do feel we have the obligation and we have the responsibility to focus building this university, become an international university, right? So we actually this becoming, if you look at our 10 years plan, now we're just revising it. And we have a clear goal. This university, right, will be in Asia for the world. So there's a lot of the concrete work we're doing. One thing is, if you look at our student composition, our faculty composition, we try our best to be international. And it was difficult because, for example, the students, we have a limitation. 20% of the students, 20% local students can be non-local. But government certainly left its one out to 50%. This year, we are 49%. So we're doing this because we have a firm belief. I do believe in 5 years' time, maybe there's no limit at all, because it's inevitably Hong Kong University will transform to become local university to be a global university. It's inevitable because the world is changing and the nation is changing, and also the whole landscape of education is also changing. So with this in mind, so we're actually doing a lot. I mean, there's a lot of things you need to do, right? Our student, non-local student number increased dramatically. Now you need to really think about it, things like, simple things like accommodation, right? And where they stay. You have to think about where's the classroom. I mean, they are not UGC funded. Then you need to think about the classrooms in a different way. So all these things have to be put into the plan. So it's not just, the ideological stuff. It really have to be concrete plan. But we also think about how to leverage, right? In Hong Kong, the problem of Hong Kong University is not just our sort of the resource. The most problem is the space, right? And we don't have space, and then we needed to find a way. So there's a lot of the thinking. Of course, we are hoping, Northern Metropolis will solve the problem, give us more space, and we're keeping arguing. But also we have to think beyond that, That's why we build a sub-campus in mainland. So, for example, our HKST Guangzhou, that was the exact thinking. So how to resolve the problems? We don't have land. And of course, the development of such a sub-campus, you do have a lot of challenge. But I do feel, right, both Beijing and here, all find a constructive way to make such integration smooth. So, and we are now even more thinking how we can actually leverage our Guangzhou campuses for our international purpose. And this year, we set up our Shanghai Center. And we now actually allow our students to study in Hong Kong, but take industry placement in mainland, in Shanghai. Because I do feel, right, for our international students, students from ASEAN or so on, they not really just have to experience Hong Kong, but take Hong Kong as a bridge, to have more experience in the mainland, for example, Shanghai. So the rich experience Hong Kong University can offer to our international students will be the attraction for them to come. So there's a lot of the thinking is now be placed to really think, hope our education systems really can fit the future generation, but not only just for Chinese, but for the all international country. Talking about ASEAN, and of course we have a lot of students from there, and we're keeping, push hard to recruit students for example, from Indonesia, from Malaysia. But I think one thing we also want to do is we can help ASEAN country to build up their own capacities and collaborate with them. We are working with now Guangxi province to working on setting up ASEAN's University of AI. Because I think that part of the world, their population is almost probably as big as China, but they don't have the strong AI research and education capacity. Hong Kong may help. And for this way, and we may have a really good touch to this part of the world, realize the collaboration between both. So I think we can do a lot, but we do believe the universities in Hong Kong now inevitably will become pioneer of internationalization in Chinese higher education. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Kenneth Wong. Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. My name is Chuan Vinh Vo. I'm a professor and the Dean of the Institute of Business Research, University of Economic Ho Chi Minh City in Vietnam. Our university is a leading university in economics, business, and law in Vietnam. We recently transformed from a single disciplinary university into a multidisciplinary university with development in technology and other sector, IT, AI, and so on. Given the important and recognizing the role of university in the Vietnamese economy, the university have done a lot of change in the operational and strategy to promote the economic growth of Vietnam, and recognizing that in the end, economic growth is for the welfare of the people and the happy need of the people. So 10 years ago, the university have a strategy to internationalization, where we collaborate with different universities, following the curriculum, the model of development in order to have a better program to meet the need for the business, government, in order to promote economic growth. We also recognize the importance of university in shaping the national policy. So we actually have a strategy for research with impact, not only academic impact, but also for policy impact as well. A lot of initiatives had been done to promote those research activity within the university, and from the university level to the college level and to the individual level. A lot of things had been done and promoted in order to reach the international standard. Vietnam has a very high rate of economic growth, 7-8%, and the government recently set a strategy starting from 2026 for the next 5 years. The nation must achieve a double-digit number for the economic growth. Based on education, science and technology development, AI innovation, all of those are important foundation for the economy. So the nation have to follow, change its current growth model into a model that relies more on science, technology, innovation, education, and we, the university, recognize the importance of research for development, research for sustainable development, research for better innovation, research from the social sciences, research for better policy and transformation. The university also have partnership with several universities around the world in order for the two purposes, to provide better education for citizens, for the people, for business, and also to improve our own human resource capacity in improving teaching skill for academic staff, improving research skill, research development for academic staff as well. Our university also is among the first university in Vietnam to set a strategy to become a sustainable development university. Now the ranking in sustainable development for UEH, University of Economic Ho Chi Minh City, is quite high in Asia and among the top in Vietnam. At institutional level, at the college level, I'm the dean of the Institute of Business Research. We are the flagship institute in the university to follow a research excellence center model from the West. What we do over the past few years is we collaborate with research institutions around the world, with researchers and academics around the world to build a network of research with to have good project publication, and also we also aim to have strong impact not only in academia but also in social and the economy policy making process of Vietnam as well. What we do is our institute also in charge for the national project that focus on digital economy for the next term, 2026-2030, for the development of a digital economy that we can not only for the market of Vietnam, but also aim for the global reach, and also to improve our government quality, improve our economic practice. We also promote other standard research activity within the institute. We have the circular economy, we have the sustainable development, digital economy, which are important research trends at the strategy of our university and institute research strategy and the mainstream of our activity. We also have partnership with University of Leicester in the UK for the PhD program. And also we have the partnership with NTU, Nanyang Technological University, for an MBA program that help to educate the young generation of business in Vietnam to help for the sustainable development goal of Vietnam. We also have partnership with other Huddersfield University in PhD and master program. We also have partnership, I myself, at our institute, also in charge of all the international program at UEH in Ho Chi Minh City. By following those activity, we have a lot of students. We have students coming from Singapore, from other countries to Vietnam to attend and participate in those activity, which is a great chance for our university to reach the internationalization strategy goal. I think that there's a lot of things need to be done for our university, for our institute, and even for Vietnam in order to have a new growth model to achieve the very, very important goal that the whole political system strive to attain is double-digit economic growth and growth for everyone. So everyone in the country have to benefit from the economic growth. Given that we are currently having a lot of foreign corporation coming to Vietnam, a lot of foreign university coming to Vietnam to have campus in Ho Chi Minh City, and they are quite successful. However, still a lot need to be done in order to reach those goals. I think that's it for now. Thank you very much.
So very good afternoon to everyone, and such a pleasure to join this distinguished panel. So, when we think about the oldest university in Hong Kong and then the youngest university in Hong Kong, so Singapore Management University is 25 years young, and so we celebrated our big jubilee year this year, and it's really been a fantastic journey of reflection for us, as well as to think about where we want to reach out for the future. So we do see ourselves as a global city university, which is at the nexus of management, social sciences, and technology. And we believe that it's important for universities to play a critical, active role in solutioning for society, in helping to tackle all of the different challenges that are confronting us today. So our areas of focus would include urban sustainability, as well as growth in Asia, and certainly, last but not least, digital transformation. Just think about the growth of AI and generative AI and how it's created so many questions. So these are some of the areas in which we focus a lot of our research energies. But certainly on the topic of human capital, and this is something very important to us, we do see shaping the next generation change makers as something that is an important mission. And we want to foster graduates who become lifelong learners, because fundamentally, we're not going to be in a world where people have one career for life. You're going to have a lifetime of careers that you're going to transit through. So how do you then constantly upskill yourself, reinvent yourself, adapt to different situations? So what we've done actively in SMU is to develop students in an all-rounded way. And we were the first university in Singapore to mandate 100% internship as a graduation requirement, 100% community service also as a graduation requirement, and having students go out into the community to help with different kinds of societal challenges really opens their eyes and shapes their leadership roles. The other critical mandatory components that we introduce is 100% global exposure. And I think this really speaks to what we're talking about today. Because if our students are not globally curious, if they are not attuned to the different kinds of trends and geopolitical shifts, then it makes them much more close-minded. And so this is where we are working very hard in our next phase of growth to ensure that all our students are Asia-ready, meaning that they understand Asia, they're able to sharpen their cross-cultural literacy skills, and those are all activities that we are pushing very hard on. So that brings me actually very nicely to the whole issue of ASEAN and the GBA collaborations. And ASEAN actually has a very close personal connection to me, because when I first graduated, I was a rookie junior diplomat with the Ministry of Foreign Affairs in Singapore, and I was in the ASEAN Secretariat in Singapore, the ASEAN Directorate. And so at that time, Vietnam had just joined ASEAN, and just this week, I see that East Timor has joined ASEAN. So it's such a fascinating thing for me to see that ASEAN has grown from strength to strength. And so my career sort of came full circle, because in my current role as Vice President Partnerships and Engagements, I look after SMU SMU's overseas centers. And in the last 3 years, we have opened 3 overseas centers. In 2022, we opened in Jakarta. In 2023, we opened in Bangkok. And in 2024, we opened in Ho Chi Minh City. And by 2026, we're hoping to open our first center in China, and that will be in Shenzhen. And so this really speaks to SMU's identity as a gateway university. We feel that we have fantastic convening capabilities where we can bring people together. And certainly in terms of getting the GBA institutions, partners together, as well as our ASEAN partners, is a meaningful role for us to play as a university. So on this account, I wanted to then share a little bit more about what we're doing in the ASEAN University Network. So the ASEAN University Network is a very lively network of at least 30 new universities across ASEAN. And at SMU, we co-lead a few different chapters. We co-lead the ASEAN University Network on libraries. We co-lead the network on technology-enhanced personalized learning. But we also co-lead with Chulalongkorn University, the University Innovation and Enterprise Network of universities. So these are the universities that are very active in innovation and entrepreneurship. And as we know, there are so many challenges that can actually be addressed by innovation. And so in the course of the ASEAN University Network, UIE group of universities, we've been thinking about what more we can do to get startups, to get innovators to develop solutions for our part of the world. And last year, we developed the first white paper on university innovation and entrepreneurship work in ASEAN region. And the reason was we were so sick and tired of people talking about innovation and startups and founders and always talking about Mark Zuckerberg and Sam Altman, because we know that we've got fantastic entrepreneurs and founders in this part of the world. And we wanted to own the narrative. We wanted to tell the story of startups in ASEAN. So the white paper, apart from identifying some of the important founders who have emerged, as well as some of the strong startups, we also realized that we needed to set the agenda, what to do next. And so we identified a few key areas where the ASEAN universities can collaborate more meaningfully, and that's in democratizing access to mentorship for startups. It's also in democratizing access to funding for startups. At the same time, how do we get greater internationalization opportunities for our startups? And how do we also engage in more data sharing across the region so that with more data, we can solution with greater precision? And so this white paper, we feel, has been very helpful in setting the agenda for our next phase of collaboration. And I'm very happy to say that in the last week, or the last 2 weeks, we had our recent annual general meeting of the University Innovation and Enterprise Universities. And we were joined by partners from Hong Kong Science and Technology Science Park, as well as some Chinese universities who are keen to collaborate with us. So I think there's a lot of good opportunities for GBA-ASEAN. I'm just going to ask my colleague Gregory to wave at everyone. Gregory has brought copies of the white paper. If you're interested, please approach him. He will be happy to share it with you. But we do feel that the white paper has been very useful in helping us to draw more collaborators to understand what it is we hope to work on together.
Thank you so much. I think you can all tell you can tell the institutional diversity is very rich across this panel. And institutional diversity is actually an asset for us to leverage. And so my next set of questions, building on what Professor Lim just mentioned, seems that there are a lot of very unique, particular, innovative ideas and practices and cluster work that each institution has been pursuing. And I'd like each of you to take maybe a couple of minutes to highlight one signature example where ASEAN could actually build on to use this as the base, as a critical mass. The reason why I mention it is because in the previous panel, we heard the SDN, they have been pushing for a lot of network and partnering. And some of the partnering has yielded data transparency, despite the difficulty of data sharing and getting the data and verification and so on. And then they also push for true, authentic partnership with the community between the higher education sector and community needs. And so I'm just posing this question for each of the panelists here on the panel to complement our discussion in the previous panel. And what is one signature piece of critical mass or asset that you can put out here in the table so that the SDN colleagues could build on it as they think about pushing this partnership forward in the next several years? Yes, Professor Tang first.
Thank you, Kenneth. I think your question is really spot on. I'm looking at the statistics of collaboration between Hong Kong institutions and ASEAN institutions. In general, it's a positive story, right? We have almost 50% increase in terms of number of research collaborative projects between Hong Kong institutions and ASEAN institutions in the past 5 years, with roughly over 20% increase of students enrolled in Hong Kong institutions, 20% increase. We have roughly almost 30% increase of agreements between Hong Kong, student exchange agreements between Hong Kong institutions and ASEAN institutions. I must say that a fair number of these are with Singapore, but increasingly some other ASEAN countries are also catching up. But the question I think imposes really, you raise is really more important. These are shifts and changes and we're doing better, but whether we have to shift gear and do something a bit more differently to really deepen that kind of relationship and do something with a much higher impact, right? I don't have a good answer to that, but I'm giving you one example of what we do at the UGC in support of our universities. And these might be the kind of projects that could involve more collaboration with ASEAN. And one of these is a special fund we launched called the Fund for Innovative Technology in Education. The acronym we use is FITE. Some of my colleagues in the universities are saying that, hey, James, you're not encouraging us to fight FITE. And I say, no, we are not encouraging you to fight. This is fit. We want to make our institutions more fit. Now, what we do is we provide funding, and the universities come up with projects. And we, of course, have different themes and areas for the universities to promote specific dimensions on generative AI, technology, governance, maybe student assessment, whole range. But one of the things we try to encourage is to promote what we call interinstitutional collaboration. And one example, because you are hosting us, HKU is hosting us. So we have examples from different institutions. One example, for example, here I want to cite is the Faculty of Law here led an initiative that brought 6 leading scholars from global institutions, including ETH Zurich, Peida, and the University of Toronto, to engage aspiring lawyers in interactive research-driven discussions. And then they try to learn about the tensions between predictions and reasoning in judicial decision-making to LLM's unreliability in legal interpretation, and various other issues related to legal conflicts. Now, these sort of programs I think are really useful in bringing us together to tackle a common challenge, in this case, the new technology, right? To what extent we could collaborate using some of these types of projects between Hong Kong institutions and ASEAN countries on something very specific, beneficial for everyone, and a common problem that we all have to face. So that would be my thought on this question you posed. Chairman.
Thank you, Kenneth. I think the scope of collaboration is very diverse, and in most universities, a lot of the initiatives start with local departments and individual disciplines, rather than university central mandated approaches. But one particular initiative that Hong Kong University has, and has a lot of connectivity with promoting regional cooperation, and that is we have an Asia Global Institute whose objective is very much to speak to issues of global concern from an Asian perspective. And to do that, we have spent a lot of time setting up a program which is called the Asian Global Fellows Program, in which we young people, mostly I mean people in their 30s, right, who have a career in public affairs, in NGOs, in government, who will take time off their work and visit Hong Kong for 1 to 2 months' time. We will fund their time while here. And we have been recruiting people from all over Asia, and to some degree also from North America and Europe. But most of them come from Asia, from very different countries. Some of them are here today. Some of them here, exactly. And the idea is to promote understanding, collaboration, and when they leave, they will have an experience to explore Hong Kong, know about the resources at our university. When I say resources, I mean the teachers and scholars that are here, the work they do. They explore Hong Kong, and if they have time, even our neighboring countries. And they form a network, and then upon graduation, they return to their own countries. I think this is a program that is very worth expanding into other countries, so that particularly between GBA and ASEAN, because the distance is not far, and maybe 1 or 2 months in one's life, young career, one can take time off. And this would be a very important, I think, step to build gradually over the long term familiarity with each other and to bring up a network. They continue to maintain contact with Hong Kong U, contribute to our online journal and newsletter so that there is an exchange. And cohort after cohort, if this can be duplicated in all the GBA and ASEAN university to the extent resources can be raised, I think it will create a very positive dynamic of human capital that will be collaborative and networked and be able to share information and develop what I would call an Asian voice on global affairs of concern, whether it is environment, climate, water resources, and so forth. In the past, we have people who come from Egypt and Israel and Southeast Asia, Central Asia, all over the Asian countries, and occasionally from outside the region as well. And I think this is a worth program to promote. It will need some resources to fund it, but it's not a lot of resources because we are funding young people to travel, and we will provide accommodation in Hong Kong. And most universities can find space to accommodate young people. Usually, not always. Hong Kong is very expensive, but then, our property prices have been coming down and rents are coming down, so it's better too. So I strongly suggest that this is a well-worth project to be useful immediately for the agenda we have in this conference. Thank you.
Yeah, for EST, and we do have various connections, initiatives to work with ASEAN country. On the education side, right, and we set up a university ambassador for Asian country. And our previous dean of student, when Professor King, when he stepped down from the dean of student, and we support him for 1 year, right, on leave, to be our ambassador to Asian countries, ASEAN countries. So he traveled a lot, right, and we want him to build up the close relationship with ASEAN government, particularly like Indonesia, Thailand, right, Malaysia. And this do bring a lot of the good return, and we do have the government scholarships from Indonesia, for example, for the undergraduate students. And that is we want to build up that kind of the relationship, and the government scholarship, and for the undergraduate studies is certainly a very good vehicle for us to strengthen our education collaboration. And on the university level, right, I do think on the research and particular institution collaboration, and we pretty much for Singapore is one of the good example, and we are very much focused in our medical school proposal and in the medical school establishment, and we work closely with NTU. And we do have common sort of the international collaborator, which is the Imperial College London. And then this will give us a lot of the shared experiences, and they helped a lot. We established the medical school and during the process of planning. So this is concrete because there's a lot of similarity and a lot of the university, the school, the structures, as well as the future dialogue thinking. And we do share a lot of the commonality, so therefore give us a lot of support. But there's other on the institution level, as I said, we now very much focus on how to work with ASEAN universities to build the strengths of ASEAN's, actually their own strengths on the AI. So for this one, we are not doing alone ourselves because it have to link to the multiple countries. We work with the mainland, with the Guangxi government. And they certainly, this province have its strategic plan to setting up as a kind of the hub for China ASEAN's relationship. And so this is the ideal place. But as you know, Guangxi province is not, the most well-developed province from technology and from scientific research point of view. That's why HKUST jumping. So we do build a very concrete, strong relationship with the province, and then now working along this line to setting up. I don't know the name yet, but it's the ASEAN's AI program, education program. So it could be quite strategic, quite big. And I do think this is going to be a quite interesting direction which as a Hong Kong universities can contribute. And I think we are actually now in the concrete stage. We're planning, including the curriculum design, including the infrastructure setting, including many things. But by this one, we link to various ASEAN countries. Malaysia, Indonesia, of course, Vietnam, hopefully, though it's not far away from Guangxi. So there is a very, I think, is an exciting initiative and a project. And I think this is what we do in HKUST, and we play our strengths. Sometimes we got help from ASEAN countries, and sometimes we help. So that kind of relationship, I think, is quite mutually benefits. Yeah. Okay.
from my own, I can share my own story. At the Dean of the Institute of Business Research at University of Economic Ho Chi Minh City, there are two initiatives that I think that it worth to mention. The first is around 2026 that our university starts with the internationalization in research activity. So what we do at that time is first we try at every individual within the institute have to find an international partner, international academic association, for example, Asian Finance Association, Asian Economic and Law Association. I myself actually a board member of your association. And we connect with several partners, several universities through different relationships at individual level and making it to become an institutional level. That is something important that we encourage everyone within the institute to do so. And by doing so, in 2020, we actually built quite a good network. We collaborate with around 100 professors, big name around the world to work with the university in different research projects, looking for international grant, local grant, from national grant funder to fund those research activities. That is the first thing. Until 2020, we recognize that academic research have to contribute to the Vietnamese economy in some way. So we sit together and came up with a strategy that we have to balance and apply the research activity into practice. By doing so, that is the second initiative that we are doing. We do it through different channel, different approach. The first one is we work with local authority, with the different local authority from the top level to the provincial level. With the top level, I myself have to work with the very big regulatory authority to be in charge of some international national project that shape the strategy for the economy, that we have to contribute in some way by doing significant research that can provide advice to the top level decision-making process in shaping the strategy. That is what we start doing, and we got successful by we recently concluded that a project with the strategy for the digital economy for Vietnam for the next 5 years. That is something important that we achieved starting from 2020 to 2025, that we achieved the goal. In terms of the provincial level, we also do a lot of connection and project together and work closely with them in shaping the provincial level strategy and the daily decision-making process in different individual policy, different type policy that for the set strategy, for example, for each local government agency as well. That is something that we are doing. Another activity that we are doing is by education through different program that I mentioned, that the partnership program that is for the aiming for the human capital for Vietnam, attracting potential students from overseas, but also they can become a business owner. Actually, we are quite successful at the moment. For the first and second intake of the student from Singapore, they are now come to set up business in Vietnam. It's something that we can It's still, the number is still limited, but still consider as something that we achieve the goal in some way. Another thing, another strategy that we also do initiative is to collaborate with FDI firm in Vietnam. And then from those FDI firm in Vietnam, we continue to aim for the partner, for the franchise in other part of Asia. That is what we are aiming for in the meantime. I guess there's a lot of things need to be done, but from the perspective of my institutes, I'm actually the one who follow the leadership agility framework. So I always try to create a collaborative framework for the people to work together, connect together, and do things together. And yeah, with the philosophy that's work with the giant, stand on the shoulder of giant, that I actually hold a lot of visit and research fellow from University of Hong Kong and Chinese University of Hong Kong to UEH in the last few years. And I think that by doing so, we are step by step, small step, but think big to achieve more collaborate Asian GBA, and we expect that in the future there will be more collaborative work for the future development, economic growth for the whole region, and ultimately for the welfare of the people. Thank you.
So I think when it comes to collaborations as well as initiatives that have allowed us to amplify or accelerate collaborations, I would have to say that the overseas centers that we've set up in the last 3 years have been quite transformative. So allow me to share a little bit more about what they do. I think on a day-to-day basis, every month, every overseas center will have a thought leadership event. And what this thought leadership event involves is we'll have an SMU faculty fly to the respective city and speak on a topic of interest to that local community. But importantly also, we invite a local speaker, either a local academic or a local industry partner or a local think tank. And immediately this triggers interesting conversations around where are the points of convergence, around where there are issues of shared interest that can then pave the way towards thinking about how do we co-solution something. So when I think about our Urban Institute at SMU that is doing a lot of research around urbanization in Asian cities, now we don't just think about doing the research in Singapore. We can immediately, through our overseas centers teams, bring on board other partners in the form of universities or local think tanks that want to work with our Urban Institute to do comparative research on, for example, how do you use AI to have better congestion control? How do you use predictive AI to have better optimization of utilities? And so these are the kinds of initiatives that I think would not have been that easy to forge if we didn't have the presence of our staff in these overseas centers. And at the same time, the overseas centers, by dint of having a full-time team on the ground, they're able to build very good networks that open doors for our students when we take our students out there for immersion programs or for learning journeys. And it really opens their eyes to what it means. So for example, we had a very successful program where we had our students intern in companies across Indonesia. And at the end of the journey, these are students from across Singapore, not just SMU. Some of them had never been to Indonesia before, but by the end of the stints with these Indonesian companies, they can speak some Bahasa Indonesia, they understand what it means to work in a different country, and they have that connection with Indonesia that will grow as they advance in their careers. And we feel that these people-to-people ties, the mutual understanding of young Singaporeans with young Indonesians, with young Chinese students and so on, it actually builds the fabric and the software and the hardware that will will promote mutual collaborations, not just for today, but for the long haul as they all advance in their respective career paths. So I do feel that the overseas centers have been a fantastic return on investment for SMU. And at the same time, given that we have that gateway role that we believe we want to drive, we also can share our networks in these ASEAN countries, as well as in our next overseas center in Shenzhen. We can share these networks with our international partner universities who are curious about Asia, who are curious about ASEAN, and we can be their trusted guides in the region. So that I feel has been a very useful vehicle for SMU to help advance collaborations.
Thank you so much, Professor Lim. I think over the 2 rounds of comments, we really heard a lot of insights and comments and experience, forming a very strong foundation for us to think through what possible next steps are in terms of collaboration and partnership in the GBA and ASEAN area. I think there are really a lot of very important and constructive thoughts for actions that I hope that our partners and policy makers will take them seriously and systematically and think about how the system could build on some of these ideas and practices and continue to push the system and think about scaling. And as Professor Wong mentioned earlier, some of these collaboration could happen at the individual level. Some may happen in the academic unit level. Others might be at a university-wide level. And I think I would just add to the additional dimension, as Professor Lim suggested. One is university-to-university partnership. The other is university and community partnership. And that's awfully difficult and very organic, and it takes authentic understanding of what the community needs are and how do we bring out the voices of the community and use and leverage our expertise to actually support the community voices and preferences. And so there's a lot of work for us to think about going forward, and I would like to thank the panelists for an excellent panel this afternoon. Thank you.
Thank you for the engaging discussion. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for joining us today and for your thoughtful contributions throughout the sessions. This concludes today's conference program. Tomorrow, we will reconvene at the Shenzhen Nanshan Shangri-La Hotel to continue our dialogue and collaboration. For your convenience, cross-border coaches to Shenzhen have been arranged. Coach 1 and 2 will depart from this hotel at 6:40 p.m. and coach 3 and 4 will depart at 7 p.m. Please proceed to the ground floor at least 20 minutes before the departure. If you have any questions, feel free to approach our staff for assistance. Thank you once again for your participation. We look forward to welcoming you in Shenzhen tomorrow. Thank you.
Thank you so much. So this is the information is for those who need to cross the border, and then if you need to fill in the form, because some of you need to fill in the form, and then the coach number, and then you just fill in the form, and then there's flight number or something like that, and then instead of fill in those information, you just fill in your coach number, and then you will know, say from your badge, coach 1, 2, 3, 4, and then make sure you are on the right coach because we really don't want to miss anyone at the border. Okay, and then so there is also sandwich and a bottle of water at the ground floor. And then when you get on the coach, please grab, say, the sandwich and the bottle of water and then onto the coach. Thank you so much, and then see you soon.
And
even within Bolivia, there's such a stark difference between one city and
for example, localizing global